All right, guys, what is up? Happy Good Friday. And welcome to yet another Friday night, afternoon, evening, I don't know, Good Friday, Viewer's Choice versus Fighting Game bonus stream. I'm pretty jazzed, not only for a 4.5-day weekend, but also for some good fighting games. Good fighting games only tonight, good vibes only. It's Good Friday. Lamasar, Trap, Lurkers, and Chat, VOD viewers, and everybody else. Hope you're all doing well. I'm doing all right. I'm primed for an evening, a slightly extended evening of fighting games. And today off work, so I was able to have a relaxed day of, I was gonna say doing chores. I didn't really do anything like that. I probably should have, but I did run some errands. I went shopping for some delicious Easter food and other things. I went for a walk in the lovely borderline spring weather. We're in that awkward spot where it's very sunny, it's bright, days are getting longer. On some days, we're approaching temperatures that can charitably be described as moderate, but there's still a fair amount of snow and ice just all around. What's up, NPC? Brunin G, good to see you guys. I even had time to play through like the first chapter or so of Resident Evil 4, the new one. I ended up getting it on release, and I didn't get around to playing it, and I was kind of on the fence on whether I wanted to try to play it on stream, but I figured at some point it's like, you know what, let me just enjoy my day off with some video games and not worry so much about stream content. I mean, anyone who wants to play RE4 are going to be doing that. Anyone who wants to be watching someone play it, they've been doing that for a good while. And even if I specifically want to play it on stream, and even if some of you guys would specifically want to watch me play it, is it really crucial that I'm playing it blind for the first time? I doubt it. It's like a long-ass game anyway, so it's like, it's not typically the kind of thing I like to kind of commit to doing on stream anyway. So, will I be playing it on stream at some point? Maybe. It's not impossible. But I didn't want to, you know, I didn't want that specter of like having, you know, feeling like you have to save a game for stream to sort of loom over the whole experience, which more often than not just leads to me not playing a game anyway. So I figured, you know what, fuck it, let's just play it for a bit. And yeah, seems pretty good. I've been enjoying myself so far. I was gonna say it'll be a few months before I finish it. Will I finish it at all? I don't know. I finished the original game at least once, I think twice. So it's not like inconceivable, but I mean I did not finish Resident Evil 2, the remake. I mean I have played through the RE1 remake, but ever since the newer versions of it came out, I started it on PC, and I think I may have started it on PlayStation or on Xbox as well, and I don't think I finished a run on either of those. I didn't finish RE2. I bought RE3 earlier this year, I think, and I haven't played it yet. I was coincidentally going over my shelf just minutes ago. I forget. Yeah, I think the conversation came up in Mr. Radon's chat. We were talking about Muso games because he was playing Kessen. He was playing some quality Ko Shibusawa productions. And I noted that I still have my factory sealed copies of Hyrule Warriors and Dragon Quest Heroes. Although I guess it turned out that it's Dragon Quest Heroes 2 that I have. In any case, I ended up going over just how many sealed PS4 games I have, and it's like a bit over 20. And among them, I was reminded, like, oh yeah, I did buy Resident Evil 7 at some point. And it's like, well, if I ever play that, it's not going to be on the PS4. So that's probably going to remain sealed. And that's probably the case of with several of those games. I mean, there's also the my 4 sealed copies of Battleborn, which I bought them extremely cheap, so it was like not an expense. But I still feel like, you know, because I basically bought them as a joke, and I was going to distribute them to my friends, and we were like jokingly maybe going to play it, but then I was too lazy, so I never got around to it. The game then shut down, so I've got 4 factory sealed coasters, and some might say the joke's on me, but I feel like it's eventually going to wrap around at some point. Having several sealed copies of that game, it's going to be you know, an interesting icebreaker if nothing else. But I digress. RE4 is pretty cool though. Makes me even better joke. Yeah, I mean, I think that joke is, you know, it's like it's maturing, it's aging, like fine wine. It's I don't regret it for a moment. But that's neither here nor there, and neither is Resident Evil really, because today on stream we will be playing fighting games, and you guys will be choosing them for me, as is tradition. If anyone is viewing currently who is not familiar with these kinds of streams, the way this works is we have a big old list of games, primarily stuff from my backlog, stuff in my collection that I'm, in many cases, by pure math, games that I have not been playing much very recently. In some cases, games I have never played even once. And you guys get to pick what we play by means of raffles. We're going to do a raffle, the winner of which get to pick the next game. Subscribers get an unfair advantage in the raffles, as they are more likely to be picked. And after a game's been picked, I play it, usually roughly 30 minutes to an hour. Then we do another raffle, we repeat the process, and we keep going like that for a good couple of hours. You are indeed highly encouraged to look over the list, get your pick ready, so we can have a nice and smooth process once we get going. I would also remind viewers that we will, it's not going to be enabled just yet, but we'll flip the switch a little bit later to enable the reward where you can cash in your hard-earned con coins to skip the line and just pick a game straight up. I would also like to give a little disclaimer right now that I still have yet to get all of my arcade stuff set up on my new PC. So arcade games that are listed as arcade for platform in the list, are most likely going to be ineligible for tonight. But there's going to be plenty of other things to choose from, so that should hopefully not be a big problem. Anything else? I think that pretty much wraps up the basic premise, right? And as always, it'll be exciting to see what people pick, what we get to play. I'm manifesting good games only. Good games only tonight. I might as well mention it right now because I'll probably forget otherwise. We are also doing, speaking of fighting games and all that, right? In celebration, or whatever you might call it, of Capcom and Legendary Pictures announcing their intent, their threat to unleash upon the world a new live-action Street Fighter motion picture, as well as a TV show, question mark? We're gonna watch some other highly questionable filmic adaptations of some versus fighting games tomorrow night on Discord. There's a poll going right now, and if you are inclined to join, or just want to be an agent of chaos and and vote, feel free to hop in there. It looks like currently The King of Fighters is in a commanding lead. The other two candidates are the DOA movie and Street Fighter: The Legend of Chun-Li. So if you want to watch any of those movies, or at least make me watch them, feel free to click that link and check out the Discord. We're going to be watching it tomorrow night at 9 p.m. and I figured we will make the proper final announcement of the winning film. I just hesitated there for a second because I'm not sure there's any winning involved, but you know what I mean. Whichever one comes out on top that we're going to watch, we'll make a final decision on that later tonight, so people can mentally prepare themselves for the movie watching experience tomorrow. Hey, what's up, Ushi? Good games only, like Zan Kabuki and Criticom. I mean, joke's on you, I guess, because they've both been picked, right? But I mean, I have fond memories of streaming both those games. I mean, Criticom was like kind of sick. I mean, the game's not good, but it was kind of sick. Although, I mean, I guess that's the the issue with quantifying good, right? Doesn't matter. I'm manifesting good games only, good vibes only, good Fridays only. It's gonna be a good stream. It's gonna be a good stream. But with all of that out of the way, what do you guys say we rig up tonight's first raffle? Sound good? Let's see if we can get that configured. We do these just rarely enough that I kind of forget how this works. But I do think we're set up, which means we can now, boom, do that. Raffle's open. Type the word raffle in chat. You can add some exclamation marks before or after if you'd like. It should not make any difference. But do whatever, perform whatever rituals you find necessary or entertaining or comforting. And your name will be entered. Yeah, Trap's got the right idea. Oh yeah, speaking of highly advanced stream tech, we were having some issues previously. Let me turn down this, and I need to sort something out to like normalize audio levels for music because it's all over the place. Anyway, speaking of audio, we were having some issues with some stream channel point redeems that didn't play audio correctly, and I couldn't figure out what the issue was because it was all playing right locally. And it turns out that I was running an older version of StreamerBot, which had like a broken Twitch API connection thing. So it turns out the commands were all working perfectly fine. They just weren't triggered by the actual channel point redemption. But it should be working now, in case we happen to play something that's anime, or any of the good games have zero issues, which they should. I mean, any game tonight should have zero issues. Last chance, accounting for Twitch lag. Better type raffle in chat real quick. There you go. That played right. I heard it anyway. Itinerant Soldier, Macaw 45. Greetings, fine folk. Okay. Let's go. Boom! Lord Macaw 45. Sneaking in. Lurking in chat. Spitting in the face of Trap. Alright, feel free to peruse the list at your leisure. Let me know what it's going to be. Cannot wait what kind of bangers we'll get to. Again, reiterating that currently in my setup as it looks today, I will not be able to play anything arcade. So please bear that in mind. If you had an arcade game in mind, please feel free to pick something else. I tried briefly. I was gonna say tried my best. That's not really honest. What? But I tried very lightly to arrange for some games to be workable arcade games, but I wasn't able to do it in time. But I'll try to make sure they're up and running by next Viewer's Choice versus Fighting Game stream. But that's not a concern because Macaw 45 has immaculate taste and has picked the pristine, artisanal, Italian, beautifully crafted martial arts lifestyle sim, Karate Master 2 Knockdown Blow. Of course, okay, let me just find this in my library here. We're gonna set this up. I've played this on stream once in like 2014 or something. It's gonna be interesting to revisit, and I have no idea how, like, usually most games we play are like arcade or arcade adjacent in their structure, and we can kind of do a run through arcade mode. This game is a little bit different. I should have some old save files or something, so we'll figure something out. At the very least, it'll be a nice little showcase, as I imagine that most people may not be familiar with this game. All right, give me a second here, and we'll see. So I'm just trying to think. Dude, it's been so long since I played this. I'm not even sure how you control this. Like, I have a vague memory of like playing this on keyboard. But I think, let me hook up an arcade stick just in case. Thought the choice was a shitpost. You'll be educated. Well, some might argue that if my friend Macaw45 and I have anything in common, it's that our streams tend to be of the educational shitpost variety. So you might not be completely off. Okay. Let's see. Let me get the volume mixer ready here, because we're probably gonna have to adjust some levels. I'm gonna do some stuff off screen here. I know that I'm still on my cam view here. There might be some game audio in the back. Yep, Lord Cryansoft. Okay, I mean, that looks like it's... Hop on over here. And we'll get this stuff sorted. I should have some kind of cover art for this, right? Yeah. There we go. Let me get rid of these jams. Oh yeah, let me get the timer on screen. There we go. Almost like I know what I'm doing, but not quite. All right. Yep. Let me turn that down a little bit. Turn it down to like 4%, and now I can use my ears again. Sorry about that. I do have like a limiter on OBS, which I hope that was less painful for you guys than it was for me. But anyway, boom. Let's get shit going. Let's check here. Okay, we got quality Italian default Unity menus here. Alright, left punch, right punch. It's like, it's more instructive to read what the buttons do than which button it's assigned to, because what the fuck does, like, numbered PC controller buttons. It's, I mean, yep. So there's left and right punch and kick. Okay. Pause. Yeah, okay. Go back. Yeah. Violence level realistic. So I think probably what we should do, we should probably just start a new game, and we'll just play this for a while and see how things go, because I think I'm not even sure where I'm at in my like save game, but I don't remember how to play the game anyway, so I think we might as well. Let's start that timer and let's get into it. So let me just okay, I don't know if these are save files or what's going on there, but go to slot 4 just to be safe. I mean, I guess I might not have any save files. I don't know. Whatever. I still remember that day, oh, so many years ago. Yes, that day. An ordinary day. For me, it was a really... a special day. Not much time had passed since I was granted the honor of wearing the black belt. The master said, "The karate begins wearing a black belt. Remember, you are only a noob." I was working as forklift driver in the harbor. I was involved with Kate, and that day we'd quarrel a little bit. It was just then that I decided to start fighting. This game is dedicated to all Karate Worldwide practitioners, amateurs, students, and teachers. I will train my heart and body for a firm, unshaking spirit. I'll pursue the true meaning of the martial way so that in time my senses may be alert. I will truly cultivate a spirit of self-denial. I will observe the rules of courtesy, respect my superiors, and refrain from violence. I will follow my religious principles and never forget the true virtue of humility. I will look upwards to wisdom and strength, not seeking other desires. All my life, through the discipline of karate, I will seek to fulfill the true meaning of the martial way. Wait, does the button work? Does the controller work? Oh, there we go. Okay, stick. Let me adjust the volume again. I think it's still pretty loud. Fucking Italian trumpets blowing out the speakers. All right, let's lower it from 7% to 5%. Okay. So we have 2 training points left. Strength. Measure the power of your hits. It also increases the possibility of causing damage to the opponent. Toughness. The higher this value, the greater your ability to withstand opponents' blows. Speed. It measures shoot speed. The more fast you are, the greater the chance that your opponent is unable to parry in time. Aikitae. It stands for the hardness of your skin and your limbs. The higher this value, the greater the chance of causing critical hits opponent. Ki. This inner energy defines how powerful your shots are. If your ki is low, your shots will be less effective, and vice versa. Fame. This value represents your status and how much you are respected. As your reputation increases, more are the events in which you may join. Money. They are useful to survive, to join some events, and to buy yourself a dojo. And then we have all these waza that we're going to learn eventually. We can... This game is so sick, by the way. It truly is like a full-on like karate lifestyle sim. Like, it has cool fighting too, but it's got all this like flavor around the edges. This is like the Cryon Soft way, I guess. It's what makes the Cryon Soft games amazing. Is training for money just yeah, so you can't I don't think you can actually increase these stats. Yeah, you can't do anything with them. So how do I... Okay, let's... Can't move up and down with the stick. Can kind of go left and right. Can I click any of this? It's a little unsure. Okay, let me save first, I guess. This is just for reading this, by the way. You can just read this text again whenever you feel like it. Oh, maybe we have to pick the actual training. Yeah, I think that might be the case. Yeah, here we go. Alright, so we got 2 trainings left. So you can, I think these are the training, like, exercises you can pick. I think this is like tutorials or lessons. I think this, I guess, leads to the map. Try to check this out. Limited strategies, kamae. Yeah, so we got the lore, we got the terminology. Kamae means the guard. Can be jodan, chudan, or gedan. Yep. So high, mid, low. Mai, distance. The combination of the distance from you and your opponent. Alright. Hennosen means to initiate an attack. Bonosen, block the opponent's attack and counter-attack. Ainosen means to attack when the opponent attacks. Sen-nosen means to attack at the exact instant the opponent attacks. Sen-sen-nosen means to attack before your opponent can initiate an attack. Full-on counter hits. Alright, okay, cool. Kihon, basics. There we go, okay. Definitely not memorizing any of this, but... both punches are for blocking, at least. Alright, so you see, I didn't spend any training currency or anything. It's like purely just trying out. So Waza, I guess, are like techniques, special moves or whatever, and Kumite should be sparring. Oh, cool. We got a hidden Italian menu here. Well, it's all Japanese because that's what it's like if you're doing karate. Well, at least it was when I did in high school. Like, you learn the techniques, like the name of the techniques are all going to be in Japanese. So that makes sense. So we got Allenamenti Rimasti 2. So these are training points, which I guess maybe I can spend on these? Oh, my mouse is wilding out here. Ratogiri, Ushiromawashigiri. I guess that's like a somersault, like a rolling kick. Tobi Ushiromawashigiri, that's the sickest, the jumping backspin kick. But we should probably not spend points on this, even if we can. So these, of course, you don't just pick one and get points. You have to pick, there's like multiple mini games for each type of training. Hameshiwari, break the tiles. So you have to build up strength before you can do like the tougher training exercises. Toughness, body conditioning, bear the pain. Oh, this is like so sick. For speed, focus gloves, the tennis ball. Dude, this is like fucking Chambers of Shaolin on the Amiga. Except in that game, you're like in a dungeon and you have to kick a thing up to hit a thing to like close a... There's like water pouring in and you have to close the lid so you don't drown. Dude, Chambers of Shaolin is such a sick game. Got to punch water drops. Extinguish the flame. I just want to do all these. So sick. Palm tree. Tree triangle. Okay. Like, yeah, the toughness. Haki Shugyo. Resist the waterfall. But I feel like maybe strength and toughness are like the more immediate. Oop, okay. Oh, okay. Yeah, my strength increased a little bit. Okay, it doesn't like go one full level at a time. Okay, makes sense. I think we did that about as well as we could have. Let's train something else. Body conditioning. Yeah, fuck it. Let's just do it. Not gonna reach 100, but I'm not sure what the technique is to max it. Oh, last. Oh. Oh, yeah. Gotta bow. It's so sick. Yeah, our toughness almost made it level 2. Yeah, I love these games. Like, they're so inspirational. Like, there's so much passion on display, and it's like there's so many like rough edges. So if people aren't aware, this is the same developer that made the Age of Barbarians games, among other things. I'm like a huge fan of all their games because they're like, even when they're different genres, different styles, different like aesthetics, they all have like this quality of like singular vision. And yeah, it's really, really cool. Yeah, I mean, I guess you can't really release a game only in Italian, but I'm sure like this is the sequel, right? Now, I know many of the other games have had like multiple releases over the years. Like they weren't all on Steam to begin with. Alright, we should probably do a Kumite. Oh yeah, armored sparring with the like the mask and the, like the face protection. I don't know if that's like more dangerous or whatever, but I'm not sure if we do no face punch rules, if that means that I can accidentally do illegal hits. Let's do armored sparring.
Hey, how's it?
Yeah, like dash. I can do like the clinch. Kind of difficult though.
How's it?
Oh, dude, I got the parry. The music. Game's so fucking cool. Like, this is way sicker than like most like K1 or like martial arts, like high budget console martial arts sim games. His head is getting worn out. Oh, got him. Alright, so that was just like training. That wasn't like for anything. But good practice to just get a feel for the game. I mean, I'm assuming that the space helmets, like, I guess it's something like, you know, amateur boxing headgear or whatever. I've never done like karate in competition to see what that. I've never been in like that environment to know. But I know that I suppose most karate isn't like, you don't usually do like full contact with, or it's like, you know, Kyokushin rules or whatever with no strikes to the head. State, I guess that's the status. Yeah, okay, let's just save again. So back, I think probably gives us the system menu, so let's go stage select.
Us! Do you want to talk with me, boy?
Sensei, I want to fight. I'm going to join up a tournament.
Well, good boy. Beating everyone up is good for your body. This city, we have 2 tournament types. Shinjokai's tournaments, full contact, no protective equipment, punches at the face are forbidden. Bogu Karate Kumite's tournaments, helmets and gloves as protective equipment, but punches at the face are allowed. It's up to you, boy.
Us. Alright, so got this expansive map. Karate Pro Gym. So we gotta like build up our fame before we can go to these other gyms. Workplace. I work here. I wake up at 5:30 every morning. At the harbor, there's a lot to do and they always ask for overtime. There's Texas Karate Colt. Texas born, a very tough Kiwi. His rotating kicks are widely known to be deadly. Building slap base though. Taekwondo club. Here are the Bogu Kumite's championship events. You have to wear glove and mask. Punches at the face are allowed. Boxing stadium. Traditional karate do. Dojo karate shinken. All right. Oh, the fucking Budokan. First, you have to beat all the dojo if you want. If you win, you earn money 70. Oh, for sale, we can... This commercial space is a dream to open a karate dojo. A day, perhaps you'll be its landlord, but for now, it's just a dream. Oh, dude, fucking Kumite illegal underground tournament. Kumite is a dangerous underground full contact fighting tournament. Participation in this event is by invitation only. There's the Shinkyokai's Karate Championships. We do not use protective equipment. KO is allowed, but are prohibited punches to the face. Like every stage is unique too. All right, so I think we probably have to do some work first. Oh. Okay. Whoa. Physics. All right, who needs a pallet anyway? Whoa. All right, as long as we get 10 money, we'll be okay. Optimal forklift arcade control strats. But I mean, yeah, this is a great example. Like, this is obviously a pretty simplistic mini game. But you know, it does what it needs to. Wait. I think there's some kind of physics mishap preventing these things from being carried off. All right, 12 money it is, I guess.
Yum it.
Stop working. Yeah, so now we have 12 money. Opponent, Dynamite, Fui, greetings, Terror Van, hello. I don't think I said hi. I was so engrossed in this amazing game. Polish levels are minimum and the ambition levels are at a maximum. Whoops. Did I... Okay, save before exit, sure. I didn't mean to exit. Got that sick announcement. Alright. Yeah, so I guess my old save data isn't here, but that's fine. Oh, there we go. Okay. I was like, wait, how do I navigate? Alright, so we can try the Space Helmet Tournament. Alright, we're facing Karate Guy 1 through 8.
Hey, how's it?
So there's like points up top, you have a timer. But you also have like combat sports game style body health bars. Guys hurting me. I'm building up ki though. Oh shit. Like a critical hit and the music gets exciting. A big point lead though. I got the parry stun, but I wasn't able to capitalize on it. It's taking some damage. He's bleeding, although so am I. I can't win by ring out. Oh shit. Yeah, you can do that, like you can... Got him. That's KO. KO effect is so sick. Right, we're in a tournament. We have to win more matches here.
Hey, how's it?
Luckily, I think we're fully recovered in between matches. This guy's like 8 feet tall, by the way. Yeah, but I love that the animation is so like authentic. The way you do like punching while kind of leaning back or recovering from parries and kicks. All right. Do have the point advantage, but I'm taking a beating. Fucking Gangan style, like spinning around. Alright, gotta take it easy. One more big hit to the gut, and that could be it for me. I was like trying to keep a neutral stance because it's kind of like the it's like the LucasArts Indiana Jones adventure games where you have like high, mid, low stance, and if you're like, it's like neutral guard basically. If you're holding up or down, you do high or low, or otherwise it's neutral. So if you're attacked at like medium height when you're holding neutral, you take you can block. But he grabbed me and kneed me in the stomach, so I guess the clinch is like it basically beats doing nothing. Alright. So I guess we gotta do some more training. I guess you don't win. Actually, I don't know if we... Well... Oh! It's boxes this time. Let's try to not have the pallet collapse on top of the shit I'm loading on here. But undid me last time. Oh, we get 1 money per item. Oh, that's excellent. Should be able to earn enough to enter more than 1 tournament. So there's no like full-on time. It doesn't have like the Japanese style life sim scheduling aspect to it, where you have to do like X amount of things in a day. Like the concept of time doesn't seem to exist in the sense of like, well, time's up here. Like time progressing and spending more time practicing or working means less spending time in tournament or whatever. I'm not sure. Yeah, in Italy it's just one money per 1 item. Yeah, I mean, it seems likely that he would have played the Kata tournament. Yeah, let's try the other tournament. I believe that you that the game kind of automatically like, okay, kicks to the face are fine, I guess. Like it will punch the chest instead of the face. Alright, this guy's owning me. Looking okay though. Well, head's not doing great. Let's try to just stay in the game. I have a healthy point lead. Okay, my head is back to light green. The ref's arms like 8 feet long. Alright. Got him. But it's pretty intense.
Hey, positive.
Alright, another big dude. Liver shock. Alright. Keep punching this guy in the gut. Probably not doing too hot. Neither am I, perhaps. Eyes are hurting.
body's orange. He's catching up on points too. Okay, I got a little lucky there. Just mashing so hard. Okay, we're in the finals. It's us against Caught the Guy 1.
Hey, positive.
Got little wristbands. Getting some early hits.
Flip. Positive.
Scan lines are a bit weird, but I like the graphics in general, for sure. I think sometimes I'm doing inputs for moves that I don't have yet, so like nothing comes out. It gets a little weird. Like you notice, like a lot of these guys are doing moves like the spinning back kicks and the axe kick like that, which are moves that I don't have. Yeah, I have that move. Hard to use. It's kind of very... Oh, that's right. I was like, oh, I can't get the uppercut to come out. It's like, oh yeah, I can't punch his face. But for the moves that are like illegal in this mode, you do get other, like, if you do a high punch, you just punch the chest instead of the face. I think I gotta be very careful here. Anytime we get into that like matching session, because we're at like close range, I'm always like at a disadvantage afterwards, I feel like. My body is fucked up. Trying to grab him. 10 seconds. Yeah, just like letting it recover. There we go. Oh, multiple rounds, okay. Oh, dude, that was sick. I don't know about hanging back defensively for like 2-3 minutes, though. That might be rough. Nice. Fucking pose. Okay, 65-39. Timer stops, unfortunately. It would be good for me if it didn't. Yeah, see, he like is always able to sneak in a hit after that. Oh, that's the most dangerous shit that can happen. He like dashes in to grab. I'm pretty much done for. I think the only answer to it is like hitting him out of it, basically. We gotta survive for more than a minute. I'm not doing well. Yeah. Little ref on the side. Nice. Okay, we built up one more strength. I'm not sure how, like, when we build up more money or training points. It might just be that we have to win, because winning the tournament will build fame, and once we have a few points of fame, we can go to any of the other clubs to like challenge other fighters, I think. What, have you stepped off to reset? Like, just ring outing myself for the time? I mean, maybe. I don't know if you actually recover. I guess you probably would, but they would too. So I'm not sure if it's actually... I'm not sure if it's actually beneficial. Sling Club. So I guess the green, yeah, the red does not indicate that we can't go there. I guess the reds are all dojos. The greens are like tournaments or competitions. Acquired fame 20, fame 40. But yeah, because the workplace is also red. Or the pro gym. Dojo Karate Cobra seems to be the one with the lowest fame requirement. School founded on military discipline basis. Toughness and ruthlessness are its main features. 60, 30. But yeah, let's just keep going. We are slowly building up stats. So we should hopefully be able to, I mean, because we're already making progress, basically, right? So you have a little key meter underneath your little dude diagram. Basically means that your attacks will lack potency if you just do them too rapidly. Sound effects are really good too, by the way. Grab a little chop. I love when the music kicks in. I'm not exactly sure what it indicates or what triggers it, but it's the effect is so sick. Got parry. I'm taking some light damage to the body into the head. Oh, time. I was like, wait, what happened? I'm actually taking decent damage to the body here myself. But it's good. I at least, you know, I started off putting points into toughness. Like, Lord knows what would have happened if I didn't. So I'm already, yeah, I'm like getting beat up in every fight. But we're also just graduated to level 2 in strength. Which should hopefully do a little more damage. Try to be careful in the beginning to make our hits count while we have E gauge kind of filling up. I'm not sure if it fills up more slowly as you get like fatigued or anything. Yeah, I mean, most of the systems are pretty opaque, and I certainly haven't played it enough to have any like empirical data or even gut feelings to go on. Dude, I'm okay. Not even adding points. Fuck it. Let's just punch him in the face. Just punch him in the face. Alright, finals. Got out the guy for. We got here a lot faster, I felt like, than in the other tournament, so I think our little bump to strength made some difference here. Like these exchanges, like the game feels surprisingly good, and it looks really cool. Like the way the exchanges in the fight, like I've played significantly higher budget, like martial arts combat sports simulators that don't look or feel as good as this. But I think it does such an awesome job of like being a reasonable facsimile of like, you know, simulation. While also like not shying away from just like doing a bunch of cool shit. There we go. Dude, that was dramatic. I was taking a lot of hits there. Like, it is simultaneously like I cut out the lifestyle sim that's very kind of reverent of that kind of culture and history and tradition, but it's also like putting in all the like the martial arts movie tropes into it because it's sick, you know. Yeah, let's save. So we got 2 training points in our trophy. We got 5 fame. The game, it has a little bit of a grind in that sense. Like, you have to like repeat these kind of things to build up points, but it's fun to play, so it's not like a complete chore. So now it's time to do some training. We could learn. Oh, okay. There we go. I must Ken. I was thinking I could click it and get some kind of preview, but nope, that's it. Well, I guess I can load. Yeah, for sure. It definitely is very flash gamey. Like you could look at some of these like Japanese racing sims, lifestyle sims, life sims, you know, as some kind of common progenitor to those kinds of things, but I wouldn't expect most people to have made those kind of flash grind sims to have probably played any of those, so they are probably pretty separate in their like origins. Oh yeah, no, Mr. Fu, I wouldn't take it as a negative. Like I think a lot of people of a certain age has a tremendous amount of nostalgia for those kinds of games. All right, so I don't think we can. You know what? We should probably not train just yet, because if we enter one more tournament, we could probably build up toughness to level 3, and that would allow us to do a different toughness training. And I'm not sure if doing training once more will actually get us all the way up, because the first time I did the strength training, I might have just fucked it up, but I got like 10 or 20, like I didn't get much for it at all. So we'll save our training point, assuming it'll stay here. Because if we look at toughness here, yeah, toughness 3, we unlock Kata Sanchin. So we did, I mean, I don't know if it makes any difference, but because we've won this tournament once, we should probably do this, but we need to work to get some more cash. Yeah, I don't think you lose fame, but I don't know. Maybe you can if you lose more prestigious battles later in your career. So I've never finished this game. I'm assuming there is probably some kind of ending. But I remember when I played this back like 8 years ago or whatever, I remember that I kind of got to a point where it started getting kind of a little repetitive. Like, I don't remember specifically what my objective was at whatever point I was at in the game, but I remember there was a slight feeling of just kind of repeating whatever, and it didn't really feel like I was making progress towards anything. Okay, I guess you do get, yeah, okay, you get 4 money per shipment. Oh, can I make it? Does that count? Oh, it did! I got money for it. Sick. Sick. Okay, we got 30 money. We got a training point. Excellent. Okay, let's go here. He's such a second. Out to the association. Okay. Oh, this is the guy we gave the liver shock. Yeah. This guy's history. Guy's got a weak gut. Yeah, that last deliver was maybe not quite, you know, to code. Yeah, I guess these are the same guys as in the other tournament. That guy got second place in the other tournament. Oh, that's right, I have this now. It's winning in points and in beating my ass. Little animations on the hands. Like this guy. Like, it's pretty cool that, like, they managed to make, like, give characters sort of little individual animation details. My head is already... Ooh, it's fucking flashing red. Okay, this is real bad. Yeah, I see his arm move when you change the stance. Okay, it's back to yellow. Hell. This guy's pretty tough. I'm not even like close to beating him either. And winning on points doesn't feel like a sound strategy. Oh, my body is okay. And okay. Yeah, I don't really see how I'm gonna... Okay. Yeah, I'm not trying to preemptively parry, but yeah. Okay, toughness is not quite. So we'll enter one more tournament. Well, it's hard to say, like, this game doesn't encourage this or that, because we're literally, like, right at the beginning. Like, our character has, like, shit stats. So, we haven't, like, even seen most of the game. Like, it's not like the entire game is just doing these 2 tournaments over and over. there's nothing to suggest that fights work out the same way. I mean, to be fair, as you are more powerful, you could probably keep winning faster as well, like by KO. But at least you could be in a situation where your survivability is significantly better. But yeah, it's probably, you know, you're not wrong. But I think that's fine. It kind of makes for more exciting combat anyway. Like the round, like it could have been, like for the amount of intensity that we actually get in combat and how like busted up you get pretty quickly, like 2 rounds of 3 minutes is pretty long. Alright, let's finish this. And getting the parry is pretty satisfying. Hey, what's up, Atomic Runner? Even if we lose here, we should hopefully get enough toughness.
Hey, positive.
Hopefully this guy is just as easy as before. Got me with the fucking Ichigeki Hisatsu in 2 seconds. Honey, what's up? Hello, Bob. It's nothing. Just a small fracture. But content is my life. No more words to add. Jams too. Like, how fucking sick is this game that shit like this just happens? All right, we gotta fill the good meter. Oh shit. Damn it. Stop recovering. We're good. Oh, and we got XP earned. Like, I can't even, like, I'm so glad that happened because it's like, the game, like, and this is, I don't know, that's like the Cryon Soft way, right? It just, these games just has a bunch of shit in them that's like, it's like full on schoolyard. Wouldn't it be sick if, like, complete unhinged imagination. It's so fucking good. Does failing the minigame mean you actually never recover? I don't think so. I don't know. Presumably it's got something to do with your stats or something. Like you don't get any stat growth. But I actually don't know. Well, now we have toughness 3. So we can you now do a different toughness training. So all you can, like, you can just watch the little thumbnail here to get a preview on like what you're expected to do. So there's something with mashing A and B. There's a ping-ponging gauge, and then there's like another meter. But the way it's like looping, this is confusing. Yeah, my cranium was smashed. But now it's rebuilt. It's stronger than ever. All right, let's try this. What? Supposed to bounce back and forth? Okay. Oh, okay, I think I get it. You alternate which button you mash. Think? But I'm getting like 1 point. I guess it's like infinite time though. And this is, I mean, I love the way it looks, but it's incredibly confusing. There, like just like going through the whole sequence. Yeah, I didn't like. I don't know. Didn't I get like 80 toughness from the first training I did? I feel like I got way more. Keep it in the middle. Yeah, I feel like we should like load and inspect. But it stays like it starts in the middle and it doesn't move until you press a button. But yeah, it didn't seem like I quite did it correctly. Because from this one, just by mashing, like the way this one works is like he will punch at a steady pace, but depending on how far you get the gauge up by the time he punches, you get more XP, and then it resets. Yeah, for this one, it's like, or maybe you wanted to like, you touch this wall and then this wall and then to the center. Maybe that's what you're supposed to do. Let's try that, I guess, and see if that gives us any more. Or, I don't know, yeah, okay, I got 10. Oh, okay, I see. When he kicks you, it starts moving. Because I noticed that it was like... Okay, there we go. Okay, that's a lot better. Okay, it just behaved like very inconsistently. Okay, that makes a lot more sense. Okay, it seems pretty easy. Especially the fact that you can actually literally stop it. Yeah, because it seems like you would get like 10 to 20 from just entering a tournament. So going through all this to get 30 seemed like poor value. Yeah, I mean, the game, like... Yeah, this game is extremely cool. Like, there's a lot of these mini-games. There's, like, a bunch of the story event scenes and cutscenes and shit that we haven't seen. There's all these different, you know, tournaments and other fights we can do. Okay, so we got... I mean, I guess toughness doesn't actually increase until you get another level. But we had a bit of a fluke loss last time anyway. So, do we have enough money for this? Yeah, okay. Let's try this one more time. We've been going at this for an hour. I love this game, and I feel like I could do a whole stream of just this game. We are starting earlier than usual for these streams, so we have a little more time, but I was hoping to use that time to play more games. Not to just do one game. I'm not scared. He's orange. He's red, even. It's like 2 touches away. 1 even. There we go. Yeah, this isn't really a game you can show off properly in an hour, evidently. Because, yeah, we've seen 3 training games, and there's like 12 of them. And we haven't seen any of the dojo stuff. We haven't seen the kumite. There's, of course, there's like a bear fight. There's other like story stuff that happens if memory serves. Right now, I'm like
Flip. Hazret.
mostly best served by just doing the Maigiri, but yeah, the depth of field effect is really cool. Like, it's completely like everything else, like sort of handmade, fake. But yeah, like the crudeness, I'm getting I'm getting beat up here. The crudeness is part of the appeal for sure. Alright, he's turning orange. We can turn this around. Oh, got him. But it's looking bleak for the finals. Or wait, did we just win? Oh, no, there we go.
Hazret.
Okay, the bracket looked a bit weird. I don't know if the game, like, makes the opponents like they're always escalating in difficulty, as opposed to like the different opponents having like different stats.
Flip.
I'm not sure.
Hazret.
Yeah, I feel like I should, like I said, I when I did the training to get the Kakatogiri, the axe kick, I didn't really necessarily mean to get it. Like, I just kind of clicked the thing. I didn't realize it would launch me right into the training thing for it and spending my point. I feel like if I
Flip. Hazret.
if I was gonna like spend a point deliberately choosing a technique, I would have definitely chosen the spinning back kick, because it has apparently the best range, at least what it feels like when they're using it against me. That kick right there.
Flip.
Okay, I'm alive.
Hazret.
He's dipping into the red real quick, but so am I. Nice. Okay. That was like a hair's breadth away from losing for sure. Big shit-eating grins. A lot of good faces here. Okay. So now we have Fame 10. Oh, I got two different trophies here. So I just want to see if yeah, actually, I was gonna say, if we do like, this is probably not enough, because I don't know, I must have, okay, we just saved, right? Save anyway. Oh, I guess I could spend 2 trainings on this. I don't know. Let me see if I can do this. Yeah, you don't get money, but you get fame. You spend money to go to tournaments. Okay, yeah, so I'm like I get like 20. I mean, I didn't hit it perfectly, but I feel like I did that last time. Let me try this one more time. Because when I did the first toughness training, I got like 70. So for this to be that hard to get more than like... Surely I don't know, from this... Because I only broke like 4 of them. Maybe I was supposed to hit it on the far right. Because in the preview, it looks different, right? No, okay, that was shit. Maybe you have to be like perfectly... I'm gonna do it once again just to see if I can figure it out. Okay. That was a lot better. Ah, fuck it. Now I don't get techniques because I kind of wasted the first one. But, well, the thing is, like, we could play this a little bit more, but chances are I'd have to grind for another 20 minutes before we really see anything different. I think we'll just leave it there. We did spend more than an hour on this, and I've got a chance to show how sick this game is, and I'm already like itching to play this more. And even if we play this for another hour, I would feel the same way. So I think what we will do is we will stop the timer there, and we will thank Lord Macaw45 for the choice of game, and we will set up the next raffle. I completely forgot, of course, to enable my channel point stuff here for skipping raffles and picking characters and whatever else. So let's just do another honest raffle here first. And then we will set that stuff up. So it looks like all that is set up. So the raffle has officially been started. In the meantime, I will go to my spreadsheet here. And I will update the details here on Karate Master 2 Knockdown Blow. It has been played on 2023-04... What's today's date? 7th or something? Yeah, 7th. And feel free to check out the spreadsheet ahead of time. Look up if there's a particular game you're excited to pick. And we can keep this operation moving smoothly. Bump up the light a little bit. Dank. The light situation gets so weird now that... especially, I'm starting a little early, but even so, the sun's up for a while. It is, in fact, 7 o'clock, and we are heading into 7 o'clock laser beam season. But I think we might be spared, to a degree anyway, because in a few weeks, in like 2 weeks, I think, they're gonna start renovating all the balconies and stuff in my building. So they're going to basically wrap the entire building in this like construction tent. Which means that it's probably going to be a lot less sunlight is going to come through. It also means I won't be able to use my balcony for a while, which kind of sucks. Would have been nice if, like my neighbors, they've got that stuff sorted just in time, but oh well. Okay, let's see what we got. Let's go. Itinerant Soldier. Congrats, you are the winner of raffle number 2. Let us know what it's going to be. Shaolin Vs Wutang, please. Well, that can be arranged, hopefully. It is a PC game. Can I have a mouse cursor, please? Can I? Okay, whatever. was eyeing that one since the start of the stream. That should be another good game. So I've played a bunch of games from this same developer. I believe I played this one because there's Shaolin vs Wutang, Shaolin vs Wutang 2, and Fighter's Legacy, Kings of Kung Fu, and maybe some other stuff. I know that there's at least Fighter's Legacy. I'm pretty sure I haven't played. The others I'm like less sure, but I think Shaolin vs Wutang was like the first one after Kings of Kung Fu. So I think I've, yeah, according to Steam, I last played this on October 2019. It's like almost more recent than I would have thought, but that's probably after I bought it because it would have been before, like New Year's Eve 2019. I think is when we started doing this whole thing. Yeah, just looking over my document here, they're both on the list, Shaolin vs Wutang 1 and 2. But it makes sense, we should start with the first one, right? And because I have streamed these things, should be fine. Yeah, I think these are like Unity games also. Let's just boot it up and get ready to lower the volume. Yeah, I'm going to turn that down preemptively. Let me update details here. Okay, cool. I guess I'm like controlling this from beyond outside the game. Okay, if I can not have this in any flavor of Chinese. Pretty cool. I get a second cursor here from my mouse. Very considerate. Let's just start the timer. So this is another like solo dev passion project. This guy's made a bunch of these like Chinese martial arts movie inspired fighting games. And they all have like slightly different vibes. Like Kings of Kung Fu, I think was the first one, where every character in the game is like very clearly based on a movie character. So there's like a Jackie Chan Drunken Master character, there's a Jean-Claude Van Damme Bloodsport character, there's like a Chuck Norris Way of Dragon character, bunch of stuff like that. In this one, I want to say all the characters are like representatives of different Kung Fu styles. So it's a little more kind of generic in that sense, but it still has the framing of the... I mean, you can tell from the music. Not all of the UI is like maybe fully capturing that aspect. Probably don't want a movie effect. I probably disable this, but whatever. I'll leave this. Ambient obscurance. That's a slightly unusual term. Never mind. It's gonna have whack ass Unity control menus, so we're just gonna rock it. Okay. Oh yeah. Before I forget, let me enable some rewards here. Here we go. You can now pick my character. There's like 50 of them. All right, so I mean, we got the Chuck Norris in this game too. All right, let's see what we got here. Okay, this looks like it's got some version of most of the characters from the first game. But as you can see, like, the names are all, like, just the styles that they're representing. NPC picked SNK Heroines for the next game. Well, or was just my command? We'll check that out. Let's see what we got here. Well, we got Jim Kelly here, USA Karate. We got Drunken Jackie. We got Donnie Yen Ip Man. I want to say that she was also in the first game. I'm not sure. I'm sure she's a recognizable actress whom I'm unfamiliar with. I guess this is meant to be fake Tong Po. There's like a weird perspective thing going on. Judo. Not sure. I'm not sure that every character is like meant to be a real movie slash person. Because some of the characters who are like, a lot of them are from the previous game, and they definitely are. But some of the newer ones may not be. I'm not sure. That's right, Dynamite. I want to say that like I'm not sure if it's this game in particular, but I think there's like an Exa Arcadia version of some of these games. There's some wild Exa Arcadia releases for sure. Tiger Claw. Rain Fist. 5-element Fist. Phoenix. Yeah, and I mean, I'm super, like, I used to watch a lot of Hong Kong films a million years ago, but I'm definitely not super knowledgeable about, like, a lot of these, like, 70s stuff. Bird from the right on the bottom, long-ass beard. It's promising. Yeah, that's basically, what's his name from, Kill Bill, right? Which obviously is, like, in turn kind of based on other similar characters. I recognize this guy, but I can't place his name. So here's Van Damme. So I guess everyone has weapons in this game too. German Van Damme. Alright, we got Bruce Lee. Long Fist. Like, I would have expected this to be like this character to be based on like Gordon Liu, but he doesn't look like him. I mean, not that the likenesses are like, they're like copyright dodging sort of anyway. I guess this is meant to be Jet Li. It kind of looks like him at least. I was like, I don't know, is this extremely budget, what's his name? Lateef Crowder? Like, I assume so. Snake Fist. Armor of God. Alright, that's pretty good. Eagle Claw. That's pretty good. It's Son of Chiba, right? Okinawan Karate. Jutsu. Buddha's Palm. White Brow. Weapon, Iron Smoking Pipe. 8 Diagram Fist. He looks pretty sick. Here's Bolo. Wrestling. Mongolia. Keto. Korea. Old Drunkard. Alright, I like that we got Drunken Fist, and then we got the separate style of Old Drunkard. Like stuttering animation is kind of funky. Mantis Fist. Monkey Fist. 18 Lohan Fist. I mean, again, it's pretty sick. Like, you know, it doesn't have like full AAA production values, but for essentially being mostly a solo dev project, as far as I'm aware, it's got like a huge amount of characters, and the animation is like pretty damn impressive. Mantis Fist looks a bit like Byo. I'm not sure. I would imagine that some character would be based on him, but it's not like not immediately obvious who it would be. Like, I wonder if she's meant to be based on Gigi Ayanin. Like, she looks a little bit like her, but that could be a stretch. I'm not sure. A lot of good characters, but let's go with Okinawan Karate.
Okinawan Karate. Okinawan Karate.
Okay, thank you. Hobbies, exercising. Motivation, that's a good headline there. A for-hire assassin who loves the thrill of a fight. He travels the world looking for his next challenge. All right, let's do it. There's a lot of fights coming up, but that's cool. We get to see a lot of stages and characters. Because the stages, like, yeah, these games are cool. Crush you till your heartbeat stops. Try my Shaolin Wushu. We only get subtitles, but that's fine.
Round 1. Fight.
Oh, okay, I guess that's a roll button. Yeah, like the sound design is sick too. You know what? I actually got... Okay. I'm gonna do this. We'll jump back into this pretty quickly.
Shaolin Vs Wutang.
Nope. Oh yeah, no, it's under... Is it under game set? No, it's under advanced graphic settings, I think. Yeah, there we go. Let's enable movie effect. I don't know if we want letterbox, but... I don't know if this is an improvement, but it does add to a very specific like vibe of the game. I think we should enable it.
Choose your fighter. Okinawan Karate.
Like it's very
Okinawan Karate.
clunky the way it plays. It's like buying this game. Like it's cool because it's a cool game, but it's not like a great product, or it's not a great fighting game.
Round
Can I
one.
pause? Yeah, but it's like the entire packaging is so cool, but it's so peculiar that there's so many like UI elements, like the text, the font, like it doesn't fit at all. Like there's so like such extreme effort has gone into some aspects of the presentation, and then like yeah, you have like this the headline image here being like completely stretched. Like there's so many visual touches, like relatively kind of minor things or unimportant things that like had so much care put into them, and then you have these like very obvious big things that look like complete dog shit, and it's very odd. Yeah, okay, so the control scheme is quite different in this one. We have a punch, kick, and a weapon attack. You have a medium and a heavy by forward or backward. Special is like quarter circle. Okay, so it's looks like it's pretty universal. Super is punch plus kick. Combo break, X plus B. Okay. Throw is okay. Okay. That's the throw. Yep. Good range. Like the animations of the characters are good, but the way they're interacting can look a little funky. I'm not sure if there's like combo strings and stuff. Like I think there are. At least there was in Kings of Kung Fu. Okay, and it's also impossible? I don't know.
Round two. Fight.
I think that's my... I think those are special moves. No? Damage. Or does it just do throws? Like some moves sort of like the jump attacks kind of behave like civilized fighting game moves, but then a lot of other stuff really doesn't. The blocking animations. I guess there's like long combo strings. Okay, massive recover there because Super. Okay, I just had to do some kind of desperation to survive there. Looks like you can do jump and punch and continue a combo from there.
Round three.
Damn you! Little subtitle there. Yeah, you can't dash by double tapping, but do the button dash. Okay. Like I really don't know. Oh, okay, nice. Okay. Like the music sounds like it would absolutely be just shamelessly ripped out of movie scores or whatever. I was like, could it really be? Can you just do that and release a game on Steam? I don't know. like I said, I don't recall if I played. I owe my technique to no school. If I played Shaolin vs Wutang 2 or not. But I do recall my general impression being that these games kind of got better. Like each of them is sort of better than the last one. And I'm unsure if I could have reasonably come to that conclusion if I'd only played 2 of them. Can you roll through? Not really, nope. I mean, yeah, all these games have been released in early access, and I'm not sure if much ever changed once they, like, it's not like they're released with 2 characters. They released, like, mostly finished. That seemed to be my impression anyway. It doesn't seem like you can combo into the super. Alright, that was just a big combo. I was trying to mash out the super, and I just did a long combo instead. And then the super is just a long combo. Alright. Progressing a little more smoothly now. Oh, holy shit, how sick does this look?
Round 1.
With the post effects, I think the movie effects were like much more heavy-handed in the first game. Because here it's like not obtrusive at all. I remember it being like super heavy film grain and stuff that made it like hard to look at. Alright, I still haven't quite figured out special moves yet. I'm not sure if the move list just tells you that these are the motions that could exist without necessarily... Okay, no, that's a special move. Oh, that's a special move. The block animations are so cool too. Oh, okay. Cool, I just alt-tabbed out of the game somehow. Okay, he blocked the super and got a cinematic camera angle. Yeah, the characters don't have names, which is a little strange. Buddha's Palm. But the fact that a game like this has like this many characters and this many stages, you know, of course the character doesn't have quite the depth of mechanics or animation that you would expect from most fighting games. But I mean, it doesn't feel like corners were being cut, you know? This is pretty, like... The guy who made this game has, like... repeatedly gone on record saying that he's, like, if you look at the game on Steam, there's, like, a heavy disclaimer that, like, these are not competitive fighting games. Like, they're not meant to be serious fighting games. Like, if you're a fighting game, try hard. You know, you need not bother. And I think, like, coming to it from that perspective, like, I mean, I think it's a little unfortunate in a sense, because I feel like those things don't have to be, shouldn't have to be mutually exclusive. Like, you could make this game a mechanically sound competitive fighting game. Like, doing that does not inherently require you to sacrifice any of the, you know, any of the things that make this special, in my opinion. Whether that guy has, like, can't be bothered. That sounds dismissive, that's not the way I mean, but, like, if he has no interest in, like, the fairly strict requirements, you know, that would entail, then that's perfectly understandable and that's fine. I'm just trying to throw him. Shit, what a punish. I'm alive. Okay. God. But you know, because like that would be the only thing, you know, because there's no concern with like fine-tuning and polishing all the characters from kind of game design polish standpoint or balance standpoint.
Round one.
You can put all of your like developmental efforts and energy and resources into like the visuals and the you know, the stages and the character models and everything. But even so, like, it's still pretty damn impressive just how much like art is in the game and how well it you know, comes together. A different throw? I forget. I haven't landed a throw in like 3 matches. Oh, the damage though. Probably not even a full combo. The slow-mo looks a bit messed up, but yeah, there's even like interactions, like stuff in the stages reacting to getting knocked into it and shit. The super doesn't seem to do nearly as much damage, by the way. Yeah, that does like half of the damage of a regular combo. Yeah, there's stuff like that where the text comes on screen as it's fading out. Like, there's a lot of weirdly ghetto stuff, but we have a score to settle. But I mean, playing shit like this makes me so sad that, like, man, why is no one else, like, this guy is like literally the only person in the world attempting something like this. Like, I feel like even if you're not going this hardcore into like specifically, you know, putting, you know, fake unlicensed clones of specific movie characters in the game, just like this style of sound design and like this kind of atmosphere, it's so cool, and it's so like self-evident that it would be cool, that it's like weird that there aren't other examples of it. Oh, that's pretty cool. You get like different strength with... Okay, so the hard one is just like knocked down, I guess. Or you can do like forward punch. The different combo strength. I am finished doing what I swore an oath to do. Wasn't he an assassin? Did he swear an oath to be an assassin? Crush you. Oh, there we go.
Round one.
The stages look beautiful too. Like, I don't know if this has much bearing. Like, is this meant to be his the house of Senzo Tiger Tanaka or what? Like, all the shadows being cast on the wall. That looks cool. Oh, that's right. Yeah, the special moves seem a bit useless. Oh, okay. I thought that was supposed to be a throw, but... We're thinking if you had made a game like this, every pair would have a unique opening exchange. And it's been done. And I mean, oh, it's got the split. I think that was like a blocking animation even. Like, that's another thing too. Like, that's something I remember when I was in like high school. Oh, dude. Like, fantasizing about making my own fighting games. Like, I remember that was specifically a thing, because that was a time when I was like really into Hong Kong films. Like, I was trying to imagine what a fighting game would look like, where you had like the exchanges of people punching and kicking and blocking. Like, what if you made it look like an actual like martial arts film? And I wouldn't say that this like pulls it off flawlessly, but it makes a very valiant effort. The music. What's up, Sword Fam? But as far as like unique dialogue, I mean, depending on how you do it, it's certainly a kind of feature you can do that doesn't require a lot of resources. SVC Chaos does do that. Every single matchup has a unique dialogue. There's no unique like animations to them, of course, but all the weapon stuff is a bit weird. Like, I feel like there's a lot of characters that doesn't really quite fit their design to have like a big weapon on their back. SVC Chaos, a god game, except for the 75% or so of the game that's terrible. Like, there are some presentational aspects of that game that are fantastic, and then there's some that are terrible. And then from the way it plays, it's like pretty damn busted. Damage, like, sweep knocks down and does like 2%. Guess that was a throw escape. Like, I'm sure this game has juggles if you could set them up. Cheap American style karate. Unique win. Oh yeah, it's the Kumite stage. Sick. Solo. Yeah, and he's got the big, like, fucking Japanese ogre club. Which is, you know, as good a choice as any, but looks a little silly glued to his back.
Perfect form.
Perfect form.
Spectacular.
Oh, dude, the backbreaker. I wonder if I can... I'm trying to figure out, like... Because there's no knockdown, there's no, like, ender to that combo, so I'm sure I'm supposed to press another button at the end. But I haven't figured out what the sequence is.
Round 2.
Yeah, SVC Chaos, I mean, it's a game that had a lot of problems. It had a lot of promise, and I think a lot of that was realized in Neo Geo Battle Coliseum, which isn't a game that I'm a big fan of for a lot of reasons. But it certainly has a lot more, like, merit as a quality game than SVC Chaos does. The idea of, like, all these different unique, like, dodging animations and stuff when you block is very cool. But it doesn't, like... It doesn't all line up super well. And the way you, like... The cutting and blending, or lack thereof, between animations... can look a little jarring. Alright, then we're in Thailand. Just Thailand. No need to get more specific. Yeah, you have, like, the camera angles here too. Like, there's a lot of stuff like that that is a bit janky for sure. But it's very easy to overlook all the jank shit because the stuff that's cool is, like, legitimately super cool. Like, stock pottery sounds, like, way too loud. Got him. Used my invincible backdash, luckily. This Muay Thai guy, it just looks like he's in the wrong aspect ratio. I'm not sure what's going on. He's got a weirdly shaped body, and even when he's laying down, he looks like weirdly stretched out. It's a very strange thing for, like, a polygonal 3D game. Water sounds could be louder. Fair enough. I'm trying to save my meter for the combo break, just to see what that looks like if it comes up. Not strong enough. Favela. Yeah, it's weird how like some stages have like more specific names, and then we have just Thailand. Okay, I'm quite curious what capoeira animation is going to look like in this game.
One. Fight.
Oh, I guess you can cancel into. I see. I didn't realize. Ah, so you can do the strings into like the command normals. Yeah, knocked back pretty far there. Ooh, I wonder if you can. Okay, it seemed like I could dash out of block stun. Seems like it might be a problem. I mean, not for me. Oh, that was a bad time to press a button. Yeah, okay. Okay, I'm kind of figuring out the combo system. Judo, Japanese garden. It's just nice to see all these different stages. Don't need a sword to defeat you. Kind of weird when they do have spoken lines that don't line up with what the subtitles say. Yeah, why on earth would you bother using super? When any hit you land, like any jab will just lead into like a 50% combo. Because you do like punch, punch, forward punch, kick, kick, forward kick, or back kick, whatever. Alright, so that's like an ender. Throw him. Oh, we got to see his throw. Oh, that looks kind of cool. No. Not the button combination I intended, but that's fine. Alright. Fighting British Chuck Norris. This should be interesting. Let me see what you got.
Round one. Fight.
The most British stage since Street Fighter 6. I like his voice. Does it have a personal back kick? Oh, I guess it's that speed. Like, I'm not sure what this music is kind of paraphrasing, but I like it. I mean, it does sound like it could be a Canon Films theme song. Like, is this the music from Delta Force or something? It seems like a Chuck Norris compatible music theme. It's the wrong move. I'm probably dying from this. Not quite. Oh, that was okay. I wasn't suggesting it was literally taken from Delta Force, but it's like maybe it was intended to sound like it. But it is the thing though, Trap. Like that sounds like it could have been stock music, sure. But we have all this like stuff that sounds like 70s
One. Fight.
Hong Kong films. Like, can you get that kind of stock music? I don't know. I mean, maybe. I mean, sure, a lot of those movies, you know, used a lot of kind of stock music, but regardless, you know, it's still an impressive effort for sure. Oh, nice. I mean, it wouldn't surprise me
Round 2.
to hear that. Oh shit, it was still going. All right. That actual stock music was just way fucking better 40 years ago. Hit him with a low stab.
Player 1. Win.
Nikita Lobo, what's up? Watching my Mortal Kombat VODs. To say thank you for showing interest. Wonder if my opinion on the series has changed after 5 years. Interesting breathing pattern. This is a 6th stage.
Round.
I mean, a lot has happened since then in terms of MK11 kind of having its entire lifespan. I mean, I've revisited some of those games in the interim for sure. I mean, I guess the short answer is like not really. Would I feel different about some of the games if I play them today versus what I talked about then? I mean, that's very possible. But I feel like most of my opinions on the series and the individual games were kind of formed well in advance of then. I mean, I guess probably, if anything, my feelings on MKX probably has changed a little bit. Because there's a lot of things about that game that I kind of feel a little different about in the light of how MK11 turned out, which is a game that I like very, very much. So it's not my favorite of all the MK games in every regard, but by and large, it's my favorite. Like mechanically and system-wise, and how it's designed, it's definitely my favorite.
Win. Congratulations.
Okay. Epilogue. After defeating all of his opponents effortlessly, he starts preparing for the next challenge. I like to just snap a screenshot on there. Okay. I don't know if I dare press a button. Oh, there we go. What the hell is this screen? Okay. Am I number 5? Or no, is this like a global leaderboard? I guess so. This is video game music, I guess. I mean, I will say this about Mortal Kombat, you know, it's a series that I've been invested in and a big fan of since the inception. Music by DeWolf Music. Yeah, you can see there's like a few other people. The same dude, like, doing character animation and motion capture Makes sense that the 2D art would be outsourced, because that's shit looks like all over the place. But you know, with a series like that, every new game, there's going to be, like, every time there's a new one on the horizon, there's going to be things you wish for and things that live up to your expectations and hopes, and things that don't. And you just gotta, like, have a positive mindset, I feel like, and not be, like, not spend all of your energy being upset about the things that aren't the way you would want them to, and appreciate the things that you can. I'm super excited for MK12. I'm super excited to find out what it's going to be, like what the approach they're going to take with the game is, because I think by and large the quality of their games have increased with each new installment. I don't like every game better than what came before, but in a lot of ways I think they're getting more and more, like, better at making these games. And I'm excited to see what kind of, you know, leaps they'll make, because it's like there's never been this long of a gap between games from that studio. So it's really exciting to see what they'll come up with and what kind of technical and aesthetic and whatever other kind of leap it'll be from the previous game. And you know, most likely we'll see the game around E3 season. RIP E3, by the way. And we'll play it before Christmas, I would guess. So I'm looking forward to that. Majo Senpai 19, thank you for the follow. Well, we got the redemption to play SNK Heroines. So we'll do that next. But I will take the opportunity to take a short break and set up a little for that. And we'll return with some questionable fighting game action. Thanks for picking Shaolin Vs Wutang versus the World, I guess. Is that also part of the title? Who knows? Pretty cool game. Pretty cool game. I'm happy to get to show it off to people who are not familiar. But yeah, let's take a short break. I'll see you guys in a little bit. Let's just exit this. Does the exit button work? Okay, there we go. Eventually. I'll see you guys in a little bit. All right. Had some PlayStation technical difficulties here, as usual. Well, looks like we're about to resume our journey. You guys know what this means. Well, if you don't, you will know. No, well, I'm fine. Okay, let me... I'm not sure if this is going to be sensitive information here. Let's just... There's like an update thing. Yes, okay, we're good. I don't care. Please. I think we're about PlayStation, please. No, I mean it's fine. Hey, there we go. Here's what we've been waiting for. Jamaican skeleton dance. Back. Better than ever. Well, let's enjoy that for a few seconds. And we'll get this sorted. I mean, we don't get to this as often nowadays, right? I don't play my PS4 very much, so we gotta enjoy it while we can. Let's get the title. I've not played this game in a long time, but I guess we're good to go. Yeah, like, I guess because there was a system update, I have to go through like 50 privacy things. Yeah, it's silly. So I know that they patched this game at some point to basically make it arcade stick compatible, but when I played it, it very much was not, because it has a bunch of stuff tied to like flicking the analog sticks in different directions.
SNK Heroines タッグチームフレンジ
But that's like maybe the least of the game's problems. I don't know. Yeah, I like my Xbox Series X, but it has a distinct lack of Jamaican skeletons. That is undeniable. Undeniable. But yeah, so to whatever extent I remember how to play this game at all, I would have been playing it with pad. So we're going to do that now too. Did they ever make this good? No, I don't think a mere patch is capable of that. Dude, even the menu is like fucking 12 FPS. I mean, the game runs fine, at least not on Switch. I think on PlayStation it's fine. But why is the menu like choppy? I don't know if Arika did like support for the online stuff or something. I don't know. Like some of the customized, I mean, it doesn't have like, the customization stuff is very limited, and I think the like the DLC stuff, I don't think I purchased any of it. I kind of hope I didn't. But from like what's there, like the customizing stuff, you can play a little bit of dress up and add some accessories to characters, and there's like the photo mode, and stuff like that. Like the photo mode in this is actually, I guess it's in here. I'll just pick a character, whoever. Is this here? Yeah, layout, like every character has like a billion different poses, which are all like based on different artworks. So Athena here has like poses from like every like character illustration from every KOF and a bunch of other stuff. Like I guess this is probably from KOF Sky Stage. So you can like pick that and you have all these different facial expressions. And you can like move them around, and I think you can change the layout setting. Yeah, you can like change the Like all these different backgrounds. Like stuff like this is awesome. Like this is cool shit that, like, I wish KOF had this. I wish every fighting game had this. Yeah, these are like the artworks from the staff roll. So this stuff is sick. Yeah, this is the most elaborate and kind of fleshed out thing about the game. Yeah, so they added 4 DLC characters. Thief Arthur from what's it called? Million Arthur, whatever, anime shit. And Iori is in that game. Yeah, and then Skullomania, Miss X, and Jean from World Heroes. Which is like reasonably inspired choices, I guess. It's a little weird, but does every character get their own photo mode music? I mean, I'm sure in some way or another, because that's definitely Atana's music, but I'm not sure if the music is specific to the photo mode or if it's just like that's her theme from the game. Well, I don't know that Arika worked on it, but I guess I had forgotten that Skullomania was in it, but that would certainly explain why their name is on the game. But yeah, I mean, I remember I was like excited for this game when it was first announced because I thought it had a lot of potential. But I think, like, I was very disappointed with this game. Like, not disappointed relative to my expectations, perhaps, but relative to the potential of something like this. Because, first of all, like, the game plays very strangely. I don't even remember really how to play it. We'll see if we can figure it out. But ultimately, I feel like in their attempt to make, like, a simpler game, it's, like, weirdly convoluted and use a lot of buttons. Like, it's... If I recall correctly, like, it doesn't have standing and crouching normals. And it has, like, a special move button. But it also has, like... Actually, let's go to the options and look what the controls are, because it has, like, a single button for everything. Yeah, it has items. I guess there's different controls. Button config, yeah. Yeah, so it's weak, strong, special. That's right, there's a guard button. You don't block holding back. The dream finish is like the super move kind of thing that you have to do. Like, that's the only way to win a match. You have to land this attack, and you have to, like, drain your opponent's life bar until it's low enough, and then you can do this attack. But you cannot actually win by emptying their life bar. Yeah, supers or items. I think you use the right stick to, like, toggle between items or to, like, call your assist or something. But yeah, so this is a 6-button game, including a block button. But I don't know, I just find it, like, weirdly hard to play. It doesn't feel like it's successfully made, like, easy and accessible, which I guess was, like, kind of what they were going for. But that seems like a weird thing when you would think that, like, hey, we're making essentially a bigger console version of Gauss Fighter. That would seem like it's should be aimed at, like, diehard SNK nerds who would probably be okay with a SNK fighting game that plays like a fighting game. But no, instead it plays like, I don't even know what. But then I think, like, the sort of fan servicey aspect is also kind of weak. And by fan service, I'm referring specifically to, like, you know, putting obscure, weird stuff in it that fans would enjoy, like SNK nerds. Again, the photo mode stuff, like, they're doing a great job with it there, because, again, like, every character has, like, a bunch of poses that are taken from specific artworks and stuff, so, like, that's a cool touch. But the roster is, like, pretty small, right, to begin with, and almost every character, like, DLC characters aside, I want to say Shermie and there's, like, 2 characters who wasn't just ripped straight out of KOF 14. Like, when you think of what deep a roster it could have had, Like, it's just like, well, we took all the female characters from KOF 14 and then we added one or two. Well, Terry, I guess, is a new, like, model or whatever. So there's, like, no fun or interesting deep cuts. Like, yeah, I like that they added Jean. Miss X seems like she should have been there to begin with. And then Skullomania and Thief Arthur is, like, whatever. But there's, like, no other female characters from... like Sam Show or Last Blade or Metal Slug or I don't know, whatever. And then like if it's supposed to be like a skeevy perv game, then I don't think it's very good at that either. It's like in this weird place, in my opinion, which I guess is like all the hotness in Japanese perv circles, if you judge from like DOA shit and whatever else, but like it has like these characters in these like sort of fetishy outfits, some of them, but it's still like weirdly, well, not weirdly tame, but it's like for something that is seems like maybe it's trying to go for this kind of titillating aspect. Like if that's what they're doing, like if they're not doing it for the hardcore SNK nerds, then are they making something that's supposed to be like sexy fun times? And then it's like I don't think it does a very good job of that either, because like there are certain like concepts for the costumes and stuff that like could go pretty far in that direction, and they feel kind of reined in. Well, nothing about it is very classy, and that's the other thing. Like the main sort of premise and storyline for the game too is that like Kukri, who's already with a character I didn't like from 14 KOF 14, is like kidnapping all the female characters to his alternate dimension sex dungeon, and like everyone is participating in this against their will. Like, so it's like super skeevy and gross in that way. But like, is that appealing? I mean, to some people maybe, definitely not to me. Like that's what I mean. Like it's like simultaneously super like skeevy in some ways that make it like kind of ugh. But it's not like having fun with it or doing like fun things with it in a way that could be conceived or you know seen as being kind of skeevy and weird. Like comparing this to like the original DOA Extreme, which is like very I mean, it's a kind of a juvenile game, right? It's like, hey, let's take these sexy female characters and instead of fighting, let's just play beach volleyball and like exchange gifts and go on platonic dates and go to a casino. But like the entire atmosphere of that game is like, it's fun. We're on a vacation. We're enjoying ourselves. It's not so serious, whatever. Like, and that's a very fun game. Like, it has a very relaxing and charming atmosphere. Like, everything about it is very, like, positive. Like, even though in some ways it's of course, I mean, it's not exploitative isn't the right word for it either, but like, I wouldn't fault anyone for looking at that game and feeling like embarrassed about it. But that's the thing, like, I think if this game wanted to go in that kind of direction, I think it's not doing a very good job with it, because it doesn't have that kind of atmosphere. Like, you can tell from the presentation, the music, like the UI, like the kind of art direction of it has that kind of vibe, although it's a little bit more like, I don't know, like Disney princessy kind of thing. But that's why I feel like this game is such an odd duck, because it's I find it so hard to kind of place it. It doesn't seem like it's like very, like, of all the different niches I could have imagined a game like this trying to sort of fit into, it doesn't seem to do a very good job of fitting into either of them. And then on top of that, like, I don't like the way it plays either. Kukri's in the game, that makes it automatically minus 10,000 or whatever sexy it tried to do. Well, I think you'll see what we mean, what I mean when we get into the story stuff. And yeah, I mean, I think like some of that stuff for me, I wouldn't say that it would be forgiven, but I could more easily overlook it if it had like a fun roster, if the game played well. like, I think conceptually doing basically a new version of something like Gauss Fighter, it's like, I don't know, for me, I think it's just like trying to do it this, like, I don't think doing that kind of you know, for lack of a better term, let's call it DOA-X kind of thing, I don't think that's necessary at all. Like, I think you could have a much more straightforward fighting game that just happens to have an all-female roster, probably a bit of a tongue-in-cheek kind of tone, probably a bit like SNK nerd-focused vibes and everything. And I would love that, you know, that could be great. I also wouldn't mind if they do, like, you know, they've done like the KOF like mobile dating sims and stuff, and I want to, like, was one of them on DS as well? I can't recall. I think it might have been. You know, they've done like that, the Athena game for PS1. Like, SNK are certainly no strangers to doing like some wacky things. Yeah, there's KOF for girls, right? That one too. I was thinking of the older ones, but yeah, right. That's like one of the more recent ones. I just think that, like, if they're going in that kind of a direction, I think like this is a super whack way of doing it, because yeah, I just like the tone of it ends up being kind of weird. And I think, at least personally, you know, there are a few like costume designs in this that I think are kind of cool, but a lot of them, I think, like, for me at least, like, don't do a, like, they don't go far enough in like trying to be sexy for that to kind of land entirely. Like, if that's what they're trying to go for, it's just, I don't know. But I mean, I don't think that's like, that's not my main beef with the game or anything. I just think it's like, it adds to the sense of disappointment when it's like the game seems to struggle to have a strong identity, and it's compounded, you know, with the fact that they're trying to do something completely different with it that I think completely just didn't land at all with, you know, the basic gameplay and everything. But anyway, let's have the game speak for itself a little bit more. So this is another, like, just fucking look at this screen. So when the game first came out, those little things on the bottom left and right were not there, I'm pretty sure. So you look at this and it's like, whoa, okay, so it's like a CVS2 select screen, but like 60% of it is just missing. But nope, this is what this looks like. And you could imagine that if every square in this grid was filled in, like, hey, that would be a pretty neat, like, decently sized roster. But nope. So, like, yeah, and everyone's like embarrassed because no one wants to be there and no one wants to be dressed in these outfits. That, like, that alone, I think sucks. I mean, I guess Shermie is happy to be there because she's wearing her regular outfit. But yeah, like, the basic premise of the game is like every character in the game is like, what the fuck is going on? This sucks. And then it's literally about this like weird para-dimensional sex dungeon kidnapping shit. It's like, that's not cool. So I can't remember if there's like proper tag teams where you get a specific ending. But I think I have the endings, so we could probably check those out anyway. Sylvie. Okay, I guess we're playing Sylvie. I'm gonna reserve my right to pick a character that I actually like also.
Sylvie.
So I guess you can do like custom data. You can like set up.
Sylvie.
Yeah, I guess I don't have everything. I don't know if there's DLC costumes or whatever, but I forget how it works. This is kind of cool. You can get like a proper character model preview. I like that. Yeah, this game was not like, yeah, it looks just like 14. It felt like, that's the thing too, like, sure, they had to make all these new models for the different costumes, but it still felt like they just, you know, reused the assets from 14, and they didn't even like because like even KOF 15 has some stuff that's like straight from 14, and because of the work they did with the shaders and effects and everything else, like it looks way better. But here, yeah, nothing was done to make it look any better. Let's go with this, I guess. Oh, that's kind of cool. Okay, so I have to like go back. I like this color. Yeah, the artwork is great, and it's like you you have to go to a game like this. Well, it's not true. I guess there's other like anime fighters too, but like to get like proper 2D illustrations for the characters. Like these look way better than the portraits in KOF 15 with the like CG stuff. So supporter. You're okay, yeah, so probably just like I didn't have the points to unlock all the costumes and everything, so I just unlocked some of them. Models just don't look great. So I forget, like she's supporter. I'm not sure if that means that you don't play as them. So I like this is Zarina is just wearing Banderos' outfit for whatever reason. And the models really do not look good. She's a cool character, and she's even cooler in this design. I didn't like her that much in KOF 14, but that's pretty cool too. Yeah, the art for sure. Like aside from the way the characters look in game, the art is pretty sick. Maybe we should pick this character because I wouldn't like unless we're playing KOF 14. I won't get to pick this character otherwise. So. This like preview system is a little clunky. Just go with this, I guess. Extremely tiny subtitles.
ここは俺様が作り出した青春世界ゆえに貴様らごとき下等生物にはどうすることもできん。
Yeah, we're in Kuku's sex dungeon pocket dimension.
ククリさんは世界を作れるんですか？すごい！ここたちが安心して暮らせる世界も作ってあげてください。サリリン、ククリンは適当な妄想を言ってるだけだよ、多分。ああやって時々電波受信してよくわからないことを言うのだ。
So I'm curious actually if this is specific to these two characters, or if there is like some kind of dynamic cutscene thing going on, or like unique ones for each pair. Yeah, see, like there's probably unique dialogue, like prologue scenes for each pair, I guess, or at least some of them. Subtitles not looking great on the Switch, I guess. All right, so I got a little hole. All right, that's a special button. It's a launcher thing. All right, you block on X. All right, I forgot. Oh yeah. All right, there's the weird like wall bounce. So bizarre. Yeah, you do like the wall bounce. Yeah, like that. Do you do that on heavies? No. I did it once, but I don't know what I did. Oh, okay. Finish chance. Alright, guess I messed that up. Did I lose my finish? Oh yeah, that's right. You can't like... I guess you can't like cancel into it. Pressing R2, I don't have whatever... There's like 16 meters on screen. Oh yeah, there's no crouching, that's right. Pressing down was literally nothing. Wait, I have to look this up again. R1 special, R2 is dream finish. I think Sylvia's wearing a hospital gown. These are the specials. Okay, so you have 2 different dream finishes, I guess. Okay. I guess I would need to play the tutorial again to understand. I think my controller just yelled at me. Nope, okay. Okay, I press circle and it says special. Oh, no, I'm stunned. Finish chance. Oh, there we go. I pressed R2. If you guys can help me decipher what the meters are and how to determine whether I can do my finishing move, please let me know. That's right, Love Heart is in this too. Yeah, I think pretty much every female character, because Miana's in this too. Mui Mui is also in this. Pinball? Okay. Back. Oh! Maybe both. Nope. Okay, that's not a thing. Oh, maybe there's something with like the gauges have like meat or something. Oh, I don't fucking know. I guess there's probably not any throws either. Like the special. Oh, I can't do it now. Maybe that thin bar has to be full. Now it says special. Oh, okay. No, I still can't do it now. Okay. I think I got rid of my big, fat, shiny meter. Oh, okay, so I see. I punch those little orbs, and it flings a item to my partner. Okay, yeah. So I can flick my right stick, and it. Okay. No. Poison. Okay. Okay. It worked now. Maybe my big rainbow gauge has to be like over a certain threshold. Like, I'm not sure if that threshold changes. So everything, like every gauge seems like it's like growing and shrinking and overlapping. I don't get it. Yeah, there's something to do with like the notches, right? Like it has to go a certain length. Look at this fucking nerd. His voice is coming through the controller.
力を再び得ることで精神世界から現実世界に復活を遂げるそのエネルギー源は美女たちの恐怖や絶望であるつまり彼女たちの戦いそのものがエネルギー源
Yeah, like it's I think it's doubly shitty that like they're trying to come up with an actual narrative justification for having this set of characters fight, and I guess in these types of outfits. Like I think that's mistake number one. Mistake number two is to have the narrative justification for it be this. The music though. Yeah, I don't think I've ever even seen Skullomania in this. Yeah, right. So like, I guess when I've taken more damage, it allows the sparkly gauge to grow larger. But it still has to be a minimum length to turn pink, which allows me to do the special. Yeah, so using a special move depletes it a little bit. I see. So now, you're right. So their life is low enough, provided I have enough pink bar, which I do now, assuming I live. All right, I can do that out of stun. It's good, because otherwise, I guess they would have killed me.
You win.
It's weird, like the models don't have a lot of detail, and then like the shading. It's like, I mean, it's not that it looks the same, but it reminds me a bit of those, like, that I always like to complain about, like PS2 Scooby-Doo games and shit, where they have like these like standard ass renderware blend shaders on these like flat colored characters, and instead of looking like cartoons, they look like PS2 models. Kind of the same thing going on here, or something similar, I should say. My assist character can throw a banana peel, for example. So I hit these little orbs, and I press the circle button. I guess that's what they changed. I don't know, like, circle button would have been used for before. It's still only used. Okay, so I press the, use the extra. Oh, that's gonna whip. Alright, so now I gotta build up my meter again. Stamina up. I think I got health back. Yeah, so you can see how much meter that spent. Right, so if you land that move... I don't know if you can do those moves earlier, but you land a move like that when they have red health, i.e. one little chunk or less. And then you win. It's such a weird system. Hey, like, this is a bit questionable, isn't it? We just get Kukrik's like creeper cam in between stages. We get to see all these characters get fucking sand kidnapped. Like, everyone is either miserable or just oblivious. Except this guy, I guess, is having the time of his life. And it's all played for comedy, I guess. And it isn't very funny. Feel that kind of adds to the whole thing. Kind of uncomfortable, weird tone of it. Alright, we get to see Jean. He looks cool. Man, I knew World Heroes would be so sick. I don't know if there's a standard like wall bounce attack. I think there probably is. Life up. Some of that, I guess. I'm on. Alright, that's pretty sick. Alright, she healed up, so no, I can't. No, I don't have a finish chance anymore. Because the wall puts a wall behind you. Yeah, if you hold the block and press forward or backward to do a roll. Okay, I didn't mean to roll. I was trying to punish that, but came out pretty slow. So depending on how much life I have... Oh, I actually lost super meter. Wait, that was a throw, right? Trying to figure out if I can throw. Alright, that's the pinball. Okay. Oh, done. Okay. Oh my god, she mashed out of it. Okay. Okay, I don't know what EX. So I don't want to use... Oh, I guess if you lose... Okay. If you run out of meter, you get stunned. That's why you keep getting stunned. But I have to just, like, wait around. Or stun her over and over. Until I have meter. Maybe there's some other way of building meter, but yeah, like the flow of it... Well, I shouldn't judge it too harshly because clearly I don't know how the game works. But at least on its kind of surface, seems a bit weird. But I mean, playing a game like this too makes me so excited for the new Fatal Fury, because it is, and that's, I mean, part of why I was disappointed with this game. This game seemed like it signaled, or could have at least, the approach of like Sony, SNK, having like multiple games running at the same time. You know, they've got KOF, because this was like before Sam Show, right? Like it was them doing something other than KOF. So what could that look like? What could you know, visually, as well as just like conceptually, mechanically, and like, yeah, sure, this isn't KOF, but kind of wish that it would have been. Yeah, that doesn't connect. It probably could have, but alright, that actually stamina up. Okay, that gave me kill combo or kill move juice. Alright, let me just stun her. There we go. So for this to be like, well, we're doing something that isn't KOF, something that conceptually could have been fun, and it's just like kind of fell flat on every you know, facet. But you know, Sam Show came out, it was a good game for all of its sort of problems with how it was released and made available and pricing and all that, and netcode and whatever. Like, SNK appears to be taking steps to addressing all those problems. But it was fundamentally a good game. It has me very excited to see what a new Fatal Fury might end up being. Did they ever announce any developments about any of those Metal Slug games? We haven't heard anything about Metal Slug Tactics since, I want to say, some Jeff Keighley thing. Either a year ago or a year and a half ago. But I feel like SNK have been like advertising like hiring for the, like, basically they would say in their hiring ads, like, you know, looking for people to work on new installments in the Fatal Fury or King of Fighters and Sam Show and Metal Slug series or whatever. And I feel like that's what they've been saying for like a decade. But as far as actual specific games, we haven't heard about anything beyond Metal Slug Tactics, which of course is not made by SNK. Yeah, I like her animation. Like, Sylvie isn't my style of character, but I think she's It's like well done, well executed. Alright, so I do remember when I played this in the past, I would always like breeze through all the way to the boss and then get like super owned. This is like now we have to like actually sort of maybe know how to play the game. We'll see how it goes. There's a mine there, I guess. Yeah, he's still doing like real combos. Ugh. Yeah, I'm probably gonna die. Holding block. Oh, I'm dead. I'm stunned. Yeah. My bomb didn't work. Yeah, like you can get through every other match not knowing how the combo system works at all. But here, like, you're leaving openings and... Air dash is a thing in this game? I guess they are. Like, I can mash a couple of lights together into a special, but I don't know if I can, like... I don't think there's, like, quarter circle motions or, I don't know, directional inputs. Oh, maybe light, heavy? Is that a thing? Looks like, maybe. Okay, yeah. Is it gonna work? Okay. I think that comboed? I'm not sure. Well, maybe we learn how to play it. Well, I mean, not really, but... Or, not well, I should say. Oh, I want to say, I think the way the endings work is that you actually just get both... Like, there aren't, like, team endings per se, but each character has their own ending. I guess we'll find out. Yeah, tanking doesn't appear to be much of a thing. I recall that it was a 2v2 game, because I kind of remembered the whole, like, the ending stuff. I didn't recall that it wasn't really, like, 2v2. Like, I enjoy how elaborate this is. But, yeah, the tone of this game is so strange. Like, again, you know, let's do this, like, comedy, goofball, party game with all these characters. Well, let's make the story about this creepo sex pest kidnapping everyone and everyone being miserable to be there. You'd be compelled to be harsher in this game for being what it is, but this was someone's dream game. I mean, yeah, that's true. Like, or I mean, this game must have come from somewhere. Like, from a creative point of view. But it is, I don't know. It is funny because, like, it feels so half-baked in a lot of ways. And then there's, like, parts of it that had a huge amount of effort put into it. But it's a game I'm, like, unhappy with on a lot of axes. And I mean, everything to do with the tone, everything to do with the premise, the story, whatever. Like, I don't like it, but it's not like. At the end of the day, you know, the red dragon from Fire Suplex. That's pretty sick. If the game was great in how it played and how it looked, like, yeah, like transitions to the other ending, like that wouldn't. The better the game was, the less those things would have mattered, I suppose. Yeah, I get it, the opponent. Like, that's true. Like, and I agree that, like... It's neat that something like this could have been made. I just, like... It's hard to be too celebratory of that when this is what they chose to have made, I guess, you know? I will say, as with most things, you know, I'd rather it exist than not, but... Okay, this is pretty good. But again, like, there's so many aspects of this game where even with the same... Like, conceptually, you wouldn't have to change fundamentally what the game was in that many ways for it to still be this kind of game, this kind of thing, but be able to appeal to me a lot better. Because everyone's ending is just them having a bad dream. Yeah, like, it doesn't feel... Mark Banderas and Nelson, unless we ever see these guys, maybe? I don't know. Man, but like, this art's so great, too. Like, yeah, like, you know, when it was first announced, like, it was easy to imagine it being, you know, a big kind of SNK fan wank celebratory party game, which I feel like it's what it should have been, and could have been so much better. And instead, we got whatever this is. Not great. I did get a Fatal Cutie baseball hat out of it, though. So I got the collector's edition box. Well, thank you very much for picking this. Trap has picked the next game. I'm immediately realizing, like, I wonder how I set up the cooldown for that. I wouldn't have thought that it was meant to be available back to back. But that's all right, Trap. You've earned it. Let me just look into the settings for that thing. But it might have been like 90 minutes or something. But it was. I've been playing one whole game and taking a break and played all of this before. But let me look into that. But sure, Ultimate MVC 3 is next, I guess. Let me just. What do I even have that on? Do I have that on Steam? I don't think I do. I think maybe I have it on 360. Oh yeah, I do apparently. Everyone wanted SNK's answer to Pocket Fighter. Instead, we got a game with an intended audience of 1. I think that's a pretty decent summary. All right, well, let's play some Marvel. Yeah, I don't know. We could we'd spend more time trying to squeak out some entertainment from this, or we could just play some Marvel vs. Capcom, which we'll see how that goes. I don't. I mean, I've touched it in many years, and even when I had, it's not like I could really play it. So, well, we'll see. We'll mess with it, but it's gonna be fun. Like, it's gonna be just looking at that game and like lamenting how shit so much other stuff has become since that game came out in terms of like content and polish and just being it, like, I don't know, it's everything this game wishes it was. I do not own Pocket Fighter. That is accurate. Anyway, let's do this, I guess. I'm gonna shut down the console, but I figure I might as well pull the disc out, or else I'll never remember to do that. We get a few more moments of making Skeleton dance. Check this out. Use this like once every 2 months, so I should probably turn it off proper. All right. 360 means this stick again. Something made a weird beeping noise. Not sure what that was, but that's fine. Will the 360 turn on is the question. Yep, apparently. Move these miniatures away from the, like, standing on top of the vent. That's probably not the best idea. Up on over here. Gotta move some HDMI cables around. In fact, I don't think it's actually plugged in, because I think I used the same cable. Oh, hang on. Nope, there is a cable here. That's right, I did use that cable for the Switch recently, but then I changed it. Actually, let's do this. Good old 360. Hurting. All right, let me just. Problem with my gamer tag. Okay. Let me just add SNK Heroines. Well, not add it, but rather mark it. It's played. Okay. Whatever. Not connected, but hopefully we should be able to play it. Oh, dude. Abe and Hawkins. Are these games... This is like an Xbox Live indie game. I'm not sure if this is playable anymore. It'd be pretty far. Oh. Alright, that's accurate. Vampire Rain. I remember playing the demo of that in like 2006. And thinking it was absolute dog shit. So of course I was delighted to be able to purchase it. Like a decade later. Alright, I did press it. It's like not responding, so I think it's attempting to boot it up. There we go. I'm connected enough to the internet to download patches, apparently. So I'm not going to do like any real combos or anything. I've very, very barely learned to do that in the first MVC3. By the time Ultimate came out, I'd pretty much fallen off of it. Like, even this full CG stuff has like some attempts at stylization. That look pretty much so much better than anything in Street Fighter 4 or 5. haven't seen this in I don't know how many years. Alright, Hagar's gonna be on our team apparently. Oh yeah, I should manage my rewards here. Yeah, it is. The cooldown was set to 90 minutes. I'm gonna bump it to 120. It just keeps going. All right.
Ultimate Marvel vs. Capcom 3.
Removing storage device. Remember that? I guess I don't have save data on this. I don't know. Sick is this? Like, the actual comic art is pretty whatever. Just like presentation wise, talking about like you know, a cohesive presentation and tone. Like, yeah, this game is doing a pretty bang up job with that already. If you look at that fucking view. It's like shockingly like how much more terrible MVCI was coming off of this. The Heroes and Heralds mode, that's so sick too. Well, okay, the navigation here is a bit awkward. But yeah, okay, this is set correctly. So B and R2. Yeah. Those are the assist buttons. Yeah, okay. Good. I don't even know what this means. Oh. Yeah, I was gonna say, this sounds like more familiar, but... The way I play? I'm gonna turn this down a little bit. The audio looks a little high. Here, let me put it to this. Alright, this is like all set up properly, right? Looks like I did set this up at some point, which means good enough. All right. This was something they took out of Infinite, by the way, as well. Like, the Capcom characters also only have American voices. It's so shit. Different artwork for each thing here in the menu. So good. Man, I just kind of want to mess with Heroes and Heralds. Yeah, it's unfortunate that, like, this style of game is not my, like, as far as fighting games go, not really my jam, but it's still, like, you know, it's interesting comparing this to SNK Heroines, right? Because, like, I have a lot of problem with how the game plays, and then I have problems with a lot of the other stuff. This game, like, the style of game that this is not a type of fighting game I gravitate towards, but because everything around it is so fucking amazingly super well done, like, as a package, you can't help but love it.
Welcome to the world of Marvel vs. Capcom.
All right, so
finest heroes assemble.
yeah, Jill and Shumagorath were DLC in the original game, right? And I guess they were just included here. Trying to remember, because yeah, they're like mixed in, like they didn't like put all the added characters in like a specific spot here. Or maybe they did, I don't know, because they added Nova, Ghost Rider, Doctor Strange, and Iron Fist, I think, for sure. But I think Hawkeye was in the original. I don't think She-Hulk was. Man, I can't remember. Anyway. So, the tiny amount that I played the original, I remember being into Taskmaster. I remember liking Spencer. That's like kind of it. I don't quite recall. So I'm just like trying to piece together who I would try to use. Oh man, Super Skrull is pretty sick too. I mean, I guess it's pointless to try and think of like what's a good team, how do they work together. I like barely remember the buttons. Top 4. Well, the top 4 rows would be quite a lot. But it's not just these, like, because I know, like, Frank West for sure was not in the original, right? Was he? Virgil wasn't. Maybe it's like these in the, like, because I don't think Rocket was. I mean, Captain America quite obviously was. All right, let's, oh, that's right. Okay. Alright, well, this is probably going to be easiest to at least use for something. Wait, how do I... Oh, that's right. Okay. This is so shit. I don't even get to, like, see him... Oh, wait, do I have, like, the DLC? I guess I do. Shit, I get to pick Udon Taskmaster. Let's go with that. There we go. There's Hagar. He had like the camo pants. Black when it's like pale skin. I guess this is like the leopard print or whatever. No. Oh, they have like 6 colors, right? Yeah, there we go. The cheetah print or whatever. Yeah, was this all the... Yeah, it is the... Okay, for some reason I remember it being his dress shirt, but I think it was in Infinite he has like the dress shirt. And he did in Capcom Fighting All-Stars. Alright, let's go with ugly, weird, midlife crisis ponytail Hagar. Alright, gotta go double Lariat. And then let's go Super Skrull, why not? Oops, what does his alternate looks like? Huh. I can't even imagine him in like other colors. That seems so like weird. I think it's unfortunate that like the alt costume only has 1 color. I think that's a shitty way of doing it. But other than that, they did a pretty decent job with some fun, like Spider-Man has a bunch of like alternate, like actual different suits that he had in the comics for his alternate costumes. That's pretty neat. Alright, well, let's see how this goes. Oh yeah, timer.
Fight it out. I do this for cash, not for the
Dude,
thrills.
loading is like instant.
Get ready to brawl. Fight! First attack.
Okay. I don't remember how anything works. Right, so the heavy one is down. Okay. Oh yeah, I need to like charge it, right? Yeah. Just like I love his voice too. Like he's fucking the sickest character. So. So do I hold to tag? Is that how that works? Yep. Alright, that's how you do supers. How do I do pipe? I don't know how to do anything with this character. Does it have like... Nope. That says axe handle from Final Fight 3. Oh yeah, that's like the level 3 sound effect. Alright, okay. Oh yeah, there's like X Factor. There's like so much in this game that I don't remember at all.
Yeah, I'm still number one.
I was just about to say, like, that's a good ponytail hiding angle, but then we have to see it now. I do remember, like,
For the fight of your life.
Super Scroll's Tenderizer being like a combo extender, but I remember it being like an OTG, but I guess I'm getting it mixed up.
It's do or die.
So, to do like actual extenders, I need to... So, how do I do... So I guess I can look it up. I don't want to stop to do this too much, but... Oh, okay. So... Okay, forward heavy. I was trying to see if the direction changes. Yeah, I was okay. Sting Master. Oh yeah, is that the counter? Headbutt when Swordmaster L is blocked. Okay. He's like a big old fucking deadly rave. Combo shit, sounds like. Alright, Guard Master, Core Circle back. Yeah, because I remember you do the... Yeah. Alright, okay. Oh, that's right, he's got the command grab. Oh, maybe he does the... Yeah, he can do the 10... He can OTG with that move. And you can, like... Juggle off it. Oh, her song is so sick. There's, like, so much going on in this game. Yeah, see, that, like, could have worked. Oh, I didn't quite mean to do that. I was mashing punches. I didn't realize I was mashing directions. Ah, I wanted to get 3 bars so I could do this.
Yeah, I'm still number one.
Well, thankfully the game is being very relaxed.
Get ready for the fight of your life.
Not
Which attack should I use on you, huh?
putting too much pressure on me here.
No one's dying on my watch.
And the roster in this game is so fun too. It's so fucking hard to like aim correctly. Yeah, I remember you could like OTG with that, and then you do like the super. He didn't block, but that's cool. Hey! Kinda did it. Sort of. I don't think I can DHC very well off of that.
You can't run away.
Oh, that's the... Yeah, okay. How do I do... Okay. That was... Okay, I was trying to do the... Oh, it's forward heavy. Right, I keep getting confused. Wild swing. Yeah, there's like this game... Because you only have like one type of attack, you don't have punches and kicks. There's a lot of characters that have like kind of peculiar motions, or like, you know, some like this, they have a special with the S button, or sometimes you have like attack plus special is a thing with a lot of characters. Look like a grab. Oh, whoa. Nope, you just blocked that. Okay, I see. I want to win with someone else, actually. I should have tagged in.
Get ready for the fight of your life.
I want to see other win poses.
Which attack should I use on you, huh?
We might not have many matches left. Dude, the fucking evil clone Wolverine from I missed War of Gems. That's pretty funny. Not gonna connect, but I couldn't grab him. Oh, you can't combo into the grab, I guess. It's got like, how do you do the? Is it down heavy? Yeah. I remember that being, there's some kind of loop to do like that, right? I always hated that super. Just like Cap. I guess you can't OTG after you kill him. Man, it's such a cool game. Like, I don't even like it that much, but it's so cool. Yes, this makes me the new best there is. Hell, I'm even gonna put that on my business card and everything.
Get ready for the fight of your life.
Siege 5, hand hideout.
Which attack should I use on you, huh?
Like, all the stages feel like unfamiliar too, because you never see them when people play this in tournaments either. Not that I've watched this game much in a very long time, but oh, She-Hulk's beam is really good too, by the way. This is not a very good optimized team composition. Yeah, the soundtrack's pretty great in general. Oh, I didn't mean to do that. Oh, I forgot that was a thing. That works. Room with the doggo? Well, too bad. No, it's not. I remember being like pretty disappointed with She-Hulk in this game. Like, I love her as a character. She looks good in the game, but her fighting style is so weird with the weird like command run. Like her, like she does this weird like flip where she drops on her back for like OTG. Like some of the stuff she has is cool. But the way her combos look and the way she kind of looks in action, I just thought it was pretty disappointing. She's like, I understand that they didn't want to make her like Hulk. But just the way, like the stuff that she does, the way it looks in action, I remember just thinking it wasn't that cool.
Now, which attack should I use on you, huh?
All right. Who wants some of this?
It's do or die. Fight! Just like that.
Fucked it up. I can't cancel the regular arrows. This music's pretty good too. The remix of the Bionic Commando Stage 1 theme. And I never like managed to get a good feel for. Oh, that's sick. Like the sort of rules for when you can call assist, and they have like this kind of weird delay to them. Like there's a lot of stuff in this game that I just like never. Was able to kind of like get to this point where I can have an intuitive feel for the timing. Oh yeah, I guess you can. I'm dead. Probably both assists for the team super or whatever. Is that a thing in this game? I guess we'll find out. Yep. Alright. I guess Skrull sent him flying. Pretty cool. Hey, we got to see it. Couldn't tag. I keep expecting a game like this to have like a 2-minute long arcade mode, so I'm like surprised. Still haven't gotten to the boss yet, but I think that was like the 6th match or something. I wouldn't expect much more. Yeah, there we go.
Only the ultimate nullifier would.
Oh, the ripped paper is still on screen there. It's so good.
I use on you, huh?
The battle for
Save the Earth.
Ready?
Oh, dude, we have to fight like the heralds? Shit, I did not remember that at all. Earth limit. Fuck that up. God. Thank you, Haggard. Alright, okay. Oh, that's not great. Always looks so fucking good. I tried to do a super to get out of that. The placement of the life bars is so confusing, like which is tag 1 and which is tag 2. Just hit him. Oh, I guess so. Oh, I don't know about that. I think I hit pretty well there. That's pretty sick. Okay. That's a super, I guess. Wait. Oh, okay, he's got a half a pixel left. Dude.
Save the Earth.
Ah, I can't help but get the Hagar win. Animation's so fucking good.
You win.
This is such a good, like, final boss fight.
Didn't mean to beat you so badly.
You know, in Infinite's defense, it does actually have a proper final boss. Well, if it isn't Captain America and Chris Redfield, what brings you two here today? Just checking up on you, Mike. With all that happened with Galactus, and now with your political career taking off, we just got worried. Responsibilities of this office are huge, and there's no end to the work ahead of you. Hope you're not running yourself ragged. Thanks for your concern, but don't worry, an entertainer like me doesn't get tired. What do you mean? I'm a simple man, boys. I just need the people's support, and I can do anything. Pro wrestling, politics, taking down that hunk of garbage Galactus, it's all the same to me. If people are happy, then I'm happy, and that's all I need. I see. You may be brawny, but you have a heart of gold, sir. No kidding. You definitely elected the right man to become the president of this fine country. Fucking endings that are actually good and fun. Imagine if fighting games had that, huh? Oh yeah, I mean, I don't think the arcade mode in MEC Infinite is very good, but it has an actual final boss that's like conceptually something. I guess this is Hagar's theme? So weird. Like, it doesn't seem to fit. I mean, it's obviously the final fight. Like stage 1 theme, which is also kind of funny. That like in you know, in Street Fighter Zero and other games, like this song has sort of become the theme song of Final Fight. Not that, I mean, not that it's weird or wrong, but like, I guess. Oh, this is Taskmaster's theme. Yeah. I would have thought of like the attract mode or introduction or title screen music to be like the main theme of a game, and the stage 1 theme is like the stage 1 theme. So it always feels like strange to me. I guess it kind of goes both ways. It's like in Marvel vs. Capcom 1, Ryu's theme is like the I don't remember. I think it's like the opening, like the intro, the attract mode, whatever music from Street Fighter 2 that they made like his character theme, which is a bit weird. Oh, dude, the music's so good. Like it, like good character themes is like such a like powerful thing to just get hype for a character. I feel like the reason why I love Super Scroll in this game is like 3 things maybe. It's like the way his super looks when it goes Inferno and just like stretches out his body and like explodes. The way his voice sounds and this song. Like those 3 things are enough for me to love the character. And it's like it can it can take so little, and by so little I don't mean, you know, that these things didn't have a tremendous amount of effort put into them, but what I mean is like you wouldn't think any of those things would be like major elements to a character being appealing to you, or like why you care about them. But if you nail any aspect that could be perceived as like trivial, like if it's just that well done, like any little thing can be something for you to kind of latch onto and just like fall in love with. All the character designs in this are so good. Like I mean, I wouldn't say that the characters look better here than they did in any of the previous games, but certainly in games that came after. And even, you know, completely ignoring MVCI, just seeing the Marvel characters depicted this way, I feel like this was like one of the very last times. Well, there's been like mobile games, they have a lot of like, what's it called, Contest of Champions and other stuff like that, where you have a lot of different skins and everything. So I guess it's maybe not entirely fair, but at least in terms of bigger games and stuff, like seeing these characters this sort of comic booky and not just like accurate to the costume designs and whatever, because like Marvel Infinite, the thing is, like a lot of the character designs in that game, none of them are based on the movies or anything, but they're kind of based on what the comics looked like in 2017 or whenever that game came out. And at that point, like so many of the character designs in the comics had like sort of changed to align itself with the MCU. And like the combination of the classic comic book designs with like the artistry and sensibilities of these Japanese artists, like even in this, which like in a lot of ways I feel like the way the characters look and are presented is great, but compared to the like the astronomically absurd heights that the older Capcom games reached, it's like this in relation to that is still like weaker. And it's still like a billion times more appealing than, I mean, the movies to begin with, for sure, themselves, but also like MCI or, you know, the Avengers game or anything like that. Like the closest I can think of that isn't like a mobile game, which I don't mean to be dismissive, like mobile games routinely, like in any genre, I think mobile games have like way better art than console games. Not across the board, of course, like they're ugly mobile games, but what I mean is if you have like big IP that have console games and mobile games, the mobile games are always like they actually have 2D art and they have illustrations and they look beautiful, and like console games have to, I guess, appeal to a different audience where you can't have 2D art, you can't have things that look like comics or whatever, so you have to put ugly CG. Marvel Snap is a great looking game. I mean, even Puzzle Quest, which I was like really addicted to for a brief period. You know, it's only like small pictures, cards or whatever, or the equivalent, but they, you know, they pick good artwork for them. But you know, with Capcom and Street Fighter stuff, of course you have Western developed stuff like the shitty Puzzle Fighter that looked like hot trash. But you know, Street Fighter, Puzzle Spirits, Street Fighter across all Capcom, whatever other, I'm sure there was some other, I mean, even Street Fighter Duel, which I know people have varying opinions on, but like the artwork seems to be the one thing that people get excited for. Hey, what's up, Taco? How much longer am I going? Not sure. I was like surprised to see that it's not later than it is, but we started like an hour or two earlier than usual. I would say we'll do one more game after this at least.
A new character ending is new art. A new title has been unlocked.
All right, cool. But let me try to finish my train of thought. The like even shit, what is it called? Marvel Ultimate Alliance 3, which I bought and I still haven't played. It's one of my several still shrink-wrapped Switch games. That's not a game that I think appeals to me all that much, but I still bought it because I was like excited about the visuals and the characters actually having vibrant colors and looking at least sort of comic booky. I mean, with again the caveat that it was based on more modern designs, some of which are less traditionally comic booky. But yeah, as someone who grew up on and still absolutely loves comics and comic book superheroes, going back to games where comic book superheroes, or any media where comic book superheroes are allowed to like kind of carry the torch and live up to the aesthetic appeal of that original source material, is such a breath of fresh air, when so much of that is just like not a thing nowadays. But this was fun. It's another one of those games where I can, without even knowing how to play it well, it's just such a delight to look at and listen to that I could just like press buttons in this all day and have a good time. But we shall be moving on. I hope, Trap, you felt that it was worth your hard-earned con coins. Let's do one more traditional raffle for the next game, however, which may or may not be the last game of the night. I'm not entirely sure. We'll see how long I manage to go. But with that, I do believe that the raffle has been enabled. Type a raffle in chat. And you shall have a chance to pick the next game. So for anyone who doesn't know anything about this, like Heroes and Heralds, it's a weird like strategy meta game kind of thing, like a mission sort of mode. Like fun weird little modes like this, like even when this game came out I felt like it was not a relic, but like not something you would take for granted. Oh yeah, I didn't change, that's a good shout. I'm sorry. It used to be 3 minutes, but it was so long that I changed it to 2, but I didn't update the text message there. I should do that. Yeah, so you see like the hit list, like target, I don't know, it's pretty cool. It reminds me a little bit of Shadow Lords, is that what it's called in Killer Instinct? So you have like all these like sick illustrations. It's pretty cool like looking at this art, because a lot of these are what's his name? Hit, who was like art director and did a lot of stuff for Street Fighter V. But like I can easily identify the art style now, but I wouldn't have been able to place it back then. So there's like a whole deck of a million Marvel and Capcom characters. Like, even if this little picture is all you see of them, like, it's still sick to see all these characters included. Oh, Lord June, she's the best. I like, yeah, so sick. All right, let's see what game we'll play next. Let's go! Lamazar, congrats, you have won this raffle and we'll get to pick the next game. Yeah, so that you can equip with these cards and then you have like all these different abilities. I remember having a good deal of fun with this mode for sure. You have like the character 3D models and stuff you can look at. We have the power grid too, that's so good. That's of course an old school Marvel thing. You rolled a d4 and it said Granblue. Alright, we'll see if we can get that up and running. That is a game I have recently purchased. I have not booted up even once. It's a modern PC game, so you would think it'll run fine, but who knows? We will do our best attempt at checking out Granblue Fantasy Versus, which I imagine is probably going to be the last game of the night because I've never played it. I've barely seen it in action, which means I'm probably going to need to take a little bit of time to orient myself and figure out how to play the game. And in fact, in saying that, I need to, I think, mentally and otherwise prepare myself a little bit. And by that, I mean, I think I need to go to the bathroom. So let's take a very brief break, and when I come back, let's check out Granblue Fantasy Versus. See you guys in just a tiny little bit. All right, let's do a little bit of setup here. Give me a moment here, guys. Get rid of that, and hope this just works. And hope that it's not gonna completely take over my mouse or anything. Okay, looks okay. Can I find something to capture, perhaps? Okay, full screen capture it is. There we go. Let's update this. A little bit of artwork to put up here too, why not? Pretty sure I arranged that. I sure did. This appears to work. Can I not accept? What's the... Okay, I have to accept with the B button, I guess. I guess it's a Japanese game. Yeah, I've always been like a little bit curious about this in some ways. Weird to have like this kind of opening, just, you know, a little montage of in-game footage. Yeah, I just didn't want to sit there and talk all over that, especially since it looked like it was a bit loud. I didn't want to have to shout all over it. No. I have push any button, it says, and I press A, and it says, "Oh, you sure you want to quit?" Like, fuck off. Okay. Do I just type? Oh, yeah, I guess. You know, being on the internet and especially having some manner of exchange with like the Japanese speaking part of the internet, Granblue Fantasy is of course a game, or at least like a something you have some degree of awareness of. You know, same with like Fate, or to a lesser degree Monster Strike. Like these big things that you just sort of, through some degree of osmosis, you're just gonna sort of, you know, learn something about, or learn to recognize some of the character designs and the artworks and whatever else. Or for that matter, you know, Dungeon Fighter, Autodo Senki, or whatever it was called in Japan. You know, you see fan art, you see stuff like that, you're just kind of aware of it. And as I previously mentioned, you know, mobile games, especially high budget ones, or, you know, big ones, they usually have really gorgeous artwork, and Granblue is certainly no exception. So that's like definitely the one thing I would know it for. Like generating absolute shit tons of very high quality fan art, but also of course its own official artwork looking really beautiful. I've never had any interest whatsoever in the game. Like, I don't play any mobile games, and that's not like some kind of you know, matter of principle or anything. Like, I'm just not very into handheld gaming in general. You know, I bought a DS, a Vita, and a Switch, and I've like, out of those, the DS is probably the one that saw the most use. But the Switch I barely use, and if I do, it's like never handheld. And if I'm like on my phone and I'm looking to kill time, then I'll, I don't know, check Twitter or watch YouTube or something. But so this game I thought was interesting. You know, it was cool to see Arc System Works do more stuff after, you know, following their kind of paradigm shift with Guilty Gear Xrd. And I think it's cool comparing Xrd and I guess Strive with Dragon Ball and this. DNF Duel maybe a little bit less so, but like each of them definitely have their own distinct style. And I agree, like even seeing the opening, even for me who's very unfamiliar with the game, the way the game footage in the opening looked like doesn't seem to match my vision of what this game actually looks like. So I'm not sure if this version that we'll be playing will be like significantly patched or whatever, but I hear from the new game that's coming out, Granblue Vs Wutang, they've done like significant overhauls to all their shaders and everything, so it looks kind of more detailed. But even so, like this game always had like the rendering style and how the characters look like is distinctly different from the other games, because it has much more of that illustration kind of painterly feel to it, which is I mean, both impressive but also just nice to look at. And that alone, like, even knowing that I'm not a big fan of Arc System Works style fighting games, the visuals alone are like reason for me to be interested in messing with them at least a little bit. And this game also had, like, on top of that, the element of single player, like the RPG mode stuff or whatever. It has like some differences in how it controls and everything. I want to say, like, having never even barely seen it in action, like I don't think it's quite as air dashy and like super long combos and stuff either. So I've always been like curious, but at the same time feeling pretty convinced that I would never spend real time and effort like playing it. So, you know, I'm fine not paying full price to like not really play it. So I bought this on the most recent Steam sale when it was like $12 or something. And I was contemplating buying like the full version that came with all the DLC and whatever, but I figured, you know what? I'll buy the cheap version that doesn't come with anything, and I'll poke around with it. And if I realize that I actually do enjoy it, or actually would like to mess with more characters, I'll buy Rising when that's $20 in 6 months or whatever, or 6 months after it comes out. It's out in August, I think. RPG mode, here we go. I will, like, for sure give my respect to Arc System Works, and this of course is game in particular. It makes sense because of the source material and everything, but they definitely still do put a lot of 2D art in their games. I wish more companies did. Oh, there we go. Are there options anywhere? There we go. Oh, I thought for sure they had said it was like August, but maybe that's. I mean, you probably know better than me. Oh, there we go. Like normally, I prefer it that way, but not on a PC game. Like that just has me, and with like Xbox button prompts, that like it's like extremely confusing. Character design? What does this even mean? What the hell kind of option is this? All right. Your face. Of course, you gotta have like arcane Arc System Works menus, but interesting. Set the time you can skip the outro animation. Want to set it to early? Autosave replays, that's fine. I don't think we're gonna need that. Let me turn this down a bit. It's probably not super low. Bit like that. I guess you can you not set this per character? It's like nice and refreshing that it's defaulting to Japanese. I like that in DNF Duel you can play with Korean voices. I thought that was pretty cool. Graphic setting. It's like defaulting to 90% resolution scaling. That's kind of strange. There we go. Settings for RPG mode. All right. So I do kind of want to figure out how the heck this game is played. So unfortunately, I feel like this is probably going to be... Let's start the timer. Oh yeah, I don't have a mouse. Try if I can do this. Aha, it worked. Glossary. Like, is there... Like, it's funny because, like, fighting game tutorials are often pretty whack in different ways. And I do feel like Arc System Works in more recent games have often done, like, pretty elaborate training scenarios with missions and whatever. And that's good. Like, there's a lot of resources for you to learn how to play the game. But for something like this, I would actually kind of like a sort of Neo Geo style 25-second how to play. Or even like the interactive kind of equivalent of that, which you get in stuff like KOF and others, where you can like rapidly go through a few interactive things that'll show you the basic mechanics. But here I feel like I have to fuck around in menus and go through like 12 different things. Alright, so I just realized I didn't even see a like button configuration. There we go. I don't look at the fucking keyboard. Oh, okay, we have like... Okay, I see. Oh, I don't know what unique action or skill means. L plus U. Unique action, I guess. Okay, that's probably alright. Throw is light. Overhead attack. I'm assuming this is like a macro of some sort. Surely it doesn't require a different button. Alright, this is gonna be... That's... Oh, okay, medium and heavy is the overhead, okay. Oh, that's guard. There we go, okay. Okay, so I guess like DNF, like it uses a block button that you can do different stuff with. Okay, what's this one? Ability. Okay. Taking like auto combo with that, okay. Alright, we just have to do this multiple times. Oh, I gotta be close range, I guess. Let's see. Okay, whatever. I'll just finish this up. The timer is running. That's deliberate. Chain an auto combo into a skill. Alright, let's try that. I mean, the timer is like kind of whatever. It's mostly for me to keep some amount of track of how long I spend with each game. It's not like doing an arcade run time trial thing or anything really. So what's a skill? Is that like a special move? So we got arrows. Okay, yeah, I see. The neutral was that, okay. Alright, do we see damage numbers?
Great.
Oh, that didn't... Oh, I dropped it. Interesting.
Good. Great.
That's probably the combo. 3,000 damage. I have no idea how much 3,000 is. Okay. I'm gonna go to the mission menu and just see renown pendants. All right. You can block at just the right time. Okay, well, whatever. Cancel standing H attack into a Reagan leave. I'm guessing that's a special move that he has. Oh yeah, activated without the skill button, so that's using like the special move motion. Okay. Rising sword is powerful. Okay, so I guess this is all like for him, like character specific stuff. It sounds like. Normal can be canceled. Air raid. Low attack. Throws. So I guess it's like just the meter stuff I'm curious about. Flash. Dash cancel. Okay. I mean, not that it's like, I don't know that I'm going to use that character, so it doesn't really matter learning the specifics of the moves. Tactical move rush. Is that a universal mechanic? Skybound art or super skybound art. Okay. Shouldn't there be... Is there a tutorial mode that I haven't found? I mean, I guess maybe if you pick that mission, it tells you what a skybound whatever is. I guess we'll just do super quick training mode.
Character select.
Yeah, they added quite a few characters to this. Like, I don't know anything about Granblue. I just, like, I don't know. I couldn't, like... I don't know that they've ever announced a character that I've seen and go, like, oh, I know that. Like, I've seen that design. Like, I recognize that character. And I feel like there's plenty of these that I don't even recognize from the game because I haven't seen it. I recognize most of the kind of launch roster characters because I paid at least a little bit more attention to the game at that point. But I know that I've seen designs and artwork for the game that I felt like, man, I wish they put that in the game. Oh, is this like an actual character or is this like random select? No, I guess this is random select. Huh. Where that she's like off over here. As usual, there aren't many characters that I'm like instantly appealed by. I think Catalina looks pretty cool. Doors looks cool. I don't know, there's like a lot of these people like with a sword and you have like no idea what they actually look like in game, like how they fight and what they do. Looks like kind of cool-ish. I guess we'll pick. It's like a spear by a weapon that's like paid DLC. Oh, okay, he's got weird anime swords. I just kind of want to see what their like stance and kind of weapon looks like in context. Oh, it doesn't look like a character for me. Oh yeah, definitely not any character. Even like alright, but as far as wrestler characters go, not quite my jam. I mean, I think Gran is fine. I just like I hate being in this spot of like a game that, especially that has like awesome art like this, and like the generic vanilla main man character is like the one that like is the most appealing. No, these are all DLC characters. I guess we'll not that many characters or colors to pick from, I guess. Yeah, this record seems kind of cool. Yeah, stages are always nice looking.
Port Breeze. Zeta versus Catalina.
Are they the same person? Well, I mean, I'm assuming that a lot of these are like what I would expect from these types of games. Same with DNF, that a lot of them are like character classes or whatever. Because I know, like, from what I've seen, there's a lot of like different versions of characters, different classes, different costumes, different whatever. But they're not like different characters like in the original game. So whatever, however they would translate that. Okay, so SBA gauge, super. Alright, skybound art. I guess I see. Toggle super skybound art settings. When enabled, it can be performed at any HP percentage. Okay, so I guess there's a super you can only do on low health. Over. Okay, I don't know what that is. Okay, so SPA gauge is set to 100. But I'm still not sure about what the unique action, like conceptually. I'm assuming it's like sort of similar to the trade button in Injustice or drive in Blade Blue, but alright, you can mash. B version can be altered by adding I see. Okay, so you have light, medium, heavy, But if you do special button plus medium or plus heavy, you get the corresponding version. I get it. Forward, down, down. Sounds vaguely familiar. I recall hearing something about this game having like slightly different kind of, aside from the cooldown shortcut aspect, like that special motions are maybe a little different, or like simpler. But I could have gotten that wrong. Could be just in this character. Ugh. I don't think I have the brain power. Like, there's so much to take in right now with everything that's new in this game that I don't think I want to pick a character that has like follow-ups. Like, just parsing this entire move list is like pretty overwhelming. So you use your full meter. Like, I'm guessing there's some like guard cancels and Roman cancels and whatever stuff like that you can use your meter for something else. Isabella Valentine, thank you for following. What an honor. Okay, I don't know that this really is. That's Catalina's, I see. Actually, let's take just a super quick look. Yeah, see, her move list is a little shorter. I think we'll pick her, but let's just take a look. So, she's like a Shoto, it looks like. Yeah. Okay. Yeah, I can dig that. Kind of weird to have like the double motion, but it still requires a specific button. To her, it's like a command guard kind of thing. Okay, yeah, she looks a lot more straightforward. Okay. Doesn't look like you can cancel out of that. So, oh, that's tactical move. I see. I thought that was the throw command. No. Light and medium throws. Okay. Back throw. Okay. Oh, okay. So those were the different throw. Okay. So you can. Okay. So they're not different throws. Looks like. I mean, based on what button. I mean, you can't see it, but I'm pressing different buttons. So I guess everyone just has. Everyone has different. Or not the same amount of specials, basically, I guess. They have like some sort of a generic system of icons to represent which special is which. Alright, I just want to see. Okay, that was 1750. Right, just trying to, like, I don't have a natural sense for what those numbers mean. I guess maybe 10,000 is a full health bar. I know other anime games do this, and I remember it being equally confusing in BlazBlue, the little time I spent with that game. Alright, well, I'm really curious about RPG mode, but I feel like that's also going to be a pretty slow start, so let's just run through arcade and see how it goes. And we might fence with that a little bit afterwards. Sorry. But, why is the CPU on the character select screen? That's a little strange. I'm still curious. I mean, I have less expectation of it being something I will actually care about at this point. But, like some 8 years or whatever since Platinum's been involved. But I'm still curious about Granblue Fantasy Relink, which is like the action console game. Well, that seemed like it might be an action game when Platinum was developing it, and then they worked on it for like 2 years, and then they kind of stepped aside, and I think it's CyberConnect 2 who's been working on it since then, and it's been in development for fucking ever. I know they've shown it at a few like Granblue events, and it looked like it had a lot of RPG numbers in it, so it's probably not going to be for me. But I do like the artwork and some of the character designs, and I feel like I will at least have better odds of enjoying that in like a console game than in a mobile game. So I still kind of wanted it to be something that I would enjoy. Ooh, I wonder if all these characters are going to show up. I can't pick them.
Metera.
Like, I feel like the first couple of matches, they're not going to do anything regardless of what level I pick. I'll start with normal, and we'll see how that goes. You never know with fighting games, but most modern fighting games are like cakewalks.
Catalina versus Metera.
But they're still going to have, like SNK Heroines, usually a bit of a ramp up towards the end, where you suddenly have to actually kind of know what you're doing, at least a little bit. Yeah, I mean, they should definitely show up in the game, right? That's what I would expect. It's just funny that, like, for some reason you pick your first opponent, and it won't let you pick those characters, even though they should be able to appear as opponents. Even just getting to pick seems odd. This music is not what I would have expected out of this game, but alright. Like, I still don't have any idea what the... Oh, that's her crouch. Okay, it just has no range. Oh, okay. Thought I was gonna do a tactical move. Something else came out. Got him. And what is this music?
Player one, win.
And they're definitely not messing around with the background arc either. Like, that's something. I mean, I love the character art and animation too, but like the backgrounds in, like, even before Exerd, like with Granblue and stuff as well, like they always did such an amazing job of like actually doing nice looking polygonal backgrounds that capture like a look and feel. Like, they look very painterly. They use a lot of 2D art. Like the textures are all painted, but also like they use a lot of, you know, 2D composition, like faking stuff by having flat billboards in the background and everything. Like, they have a very tight control over the color and light. Oh, it's kind of interesting. A little bit like Third Strike, but I get to pick difficulty. I guess Street Fighter V does this too. And
Catalina versus Luwei.
I don't know, there's been like, they've been so consistently good at it, and so many other fighting games are not. Like, historically even, you have like, you know, the PS2 ports of SNK fighting games that had like 3D backgrounds, even stuff like, you know, CVS2, MVC2. Like, a lot of what makes the backgrounds look good in these games isn't like technical stuff. Like, just look at that rock in the background. Like, that's just painted.
Believe in victory. Battle 1.
Not to say that this background, exactly as it looks, could have been in CVS2. Like, there's obviously more stuff going on. There's a lot of particles and what have you. But ultimately, like, a lot of what makes it really nice is a lot more to do with artistry than tech. But can I? Okay. Actually, can I? Doesn't seem cancelable. I see. Oh. I was just about to try to see if I could cancel that and do something, but I guess it killed him.
Player 1, win.
I'm like flabbergasted by the soundtrack of this game.
Battle 2, engage.
Oh, the super meter doesn't. Okay. Oh, did I spend meter to do a special move? No. Okay. All right, that's 50%. Got it. Oh, that's a little flash. Okay, got it. Oh, that's not cancelable. I see. Okay. Oh, maybe you can't cancel into the tactical move. That's what I tried to do, and I got a little overhead. Oh wait, the medium. That's what it was. The medium and heavy is the overhead. Maybe it's a distance. Like you're close, you do the overhead instead of the dash. I don't know. Yeah, the one thing I know about this game is that Loane is the joke character. I guess we get to see.
Catalina versus Belia.
Yeah, I don't know. I've won a few matches and I have like no concept at all of like how this game looks or works or functions. The music on every stage is more baffling than the last. The mixing is kind of odd too, isn't it?
Believe in victory.
I love the stages though. Oh, interesting. So like that is a character in the game. Isn't that like the boss character? There's like a playable version. But Lyle is like hanging out as kind of looking like a support character out of SNK Heroines. Right.
You win. Player one, win.
Like movement and everything else like isn't like overwhelming in the typical anime sense necessarily. I mean that could be me not having any clue what's going on, granted. But it's got that typical anime / Arc System Works overwhelming amounts of systems and meters, and just like the presentation being kind of like maximalist as well. Kind of just making it, yeah, a little overwhelming. It's neat, but I would definitely have to, like, I'd probably have to spend like an hour in the mission mode to, let's go hard and see if I have to like do anything. To like get introduced to what you can actually do in this game and like what you're expected to kind of do and deal with in an actual match, because I don't feel like I have gotten a sense of any of that so far, which you won't in any game when you're just like left to your own devices. You're beating up on a essentially a training dummy, and the mission mode itself was so kind of overwhelming that I couldn't like at a glance just look at it and see, oh okay, there's this and that, and even the things I did see I probably would have forgotten by now.
Believe in victory. Battle one. Engage.
So like even, you know, basic kind of movement and combo structure and systems. All right, okay, that's a thing. It doesn't seem like I could cancel out of that. Yeah, I mean, like, I know it doesn't have air dashes and doesn't have the craziest chain combos. It doesn't appear to have, like, launchers and jump cancels and landing back on the ground and picking up with an OTG and, like, you know, those, you know, 25-minute long combos. But there's still a lot of other stuff kind of kind of just take in and have a sense of what's going on. But I don't know, that's stuff like that apparently. It's like frankly a little exhausting to even look at. I don't know. Seems cool, but yeah, extremely kind of fast-paced. Like, I reckon if people know what they're doing, you might get a little bit more, like, back and forth. But even then... Oh, I just realized. It was still set to hard, so you can only kind of go up and down one. It didn't default back to normal. That's interesting. That's a cool way of doing it, though. I like it. And to be clear, I'm not like trying to find excuses to shit on the game for being anime or whatever. It's more that it's... I'm out of my wheelhouse. And, it's just, I don't know, I can really feel that, because I'm familiar with a lot of these games, like, from a very far distance. Whether it's Guilty Gear or this or Melty Blood or whatever, and I know that they're not all the same, but they have elements that are similar. And like the time that I have spent with some of those games, it's not necessarily that I've found them off-putting, but like that I've kind of failed to connect with them, are oftentimes like sort of similar. Alright, let's just do that then. And I like, as far as the kind of overwhelming nature of the presentation and everything, like that's one of those things where I just can tell. Obviously, everything becomes more familiar with time and exposure, right? I just feel like I wouldn't have necessarily thought about it too much before I played it, but I'm kind of realizing when I'm playing it that, like, man, I'm so illiterate with games that to people that play them, they're probably considering them like nothing alike. But they have certain common elements. Even just like being used to playing Guilty Gear, coming to this, you're gonna have another kind of readiness, I think, for how certain, like, even menus are structured and everything. Alright, we should probably head back down to lower levels here in case it's gonna get hard for real once we start fighting bosses or whatever. So I mean, anything I have to say about this game, I mean, it's super polished, it's well made and everything, but as far as like appeal or whether I like it or not, it all really comes down to the fact that I feel like that I can't even really judge it. That I'm like, what I'm realizing playing it, which should be unsurprising, is that just by nature of how certain things function, and this is true for, I think, most modern fighting games in general, but like, it takes a certain amount of effort to get to a point where you're like comfortable enough that you kind of understand what you're doing, and you can kind of like, all right, I understand, this is how I feel about it. And this is not like, oh, these anime games are so convoluted, because I think it's the same as 1000% true if you're jumping into like Mortal Kombat, for example. Like, MK games are very different from every other fighting game, pretty much. And if you've played Street Fighter and King of Fighters and Tekken and Guilty Gear or whatever, like, you can be familiar with a lot of different types of fighting games. But if you try to jump into MK11, like, even with its extensive and good tutorials and everything, like, a lot of stuff is just gonna be kind of unintuitive. Like, you have to deal with a block button. its stun works in kind of a funky way. Like, it's definitely going to be... Alright, he's definitely blocking, so I don't know why I did that, but... Still got it. For someone who isn't kind of literate in that style of game, it's going to be a weird experience. It's going to take a little time to get acclimated and get accustomed to it. And I know that I don't, like, play these games, so it shouldn't surprise me that I have that experience with it. I don't know that alright, Beelzebub it is. That I am feeling surprised by it, but it's more like...
Catalina versus Beelzebub.
I guess it's like, with more modern games in general, but especially ones that are a little bit more dense, and especially ones I'm less familiar with, it just takes more time to kind of figure them out and get on board with them. Because I feel like it doesn't usually feel that way if I'm playing a weird PS1 game or something. Even though I'm like no closer to fully grasping those games. I mean, we played Virtual Hero no Ken not too long ago, and that's like incredibly baffling. But I don't know, maybe it's the difference of like not feeling as like literally just being blissfully ignorant of what stuff is there. Here I feel like there's just enough mention of certain things that knowing that they exist, but having no idea of anything about them beyond that, makes me a little self-conscious and kind of... So you can... Yeah, that's right. That's the thing. Yeah, you need the block button to do that, I guess. Alright, I fucked that combo up. Oh, okay. Shield. Once Goya Ember gets rolled back. That game is cool. I mean, it's pretty ugly, but it's interesting. I guess it's also the fact that, like, there's like that feeling of like required effort to like understand and figure out games. Like you kind of have to wonder, like, is it... All right, it's the wrong button for this. All right, I thought the jumping was going to connect, but I guess that still worked. All right, I got an achievement, so I guess I beat it. I did something. Like, it's one thing, like with DNF, I had like 6 characters that I thought were sick. Because ultimately that's always what it comes down to. Like, I'm never going to get engaged in a fighting game unless there's a character that I want to use. Someone who either looks cool or like does cool stuff or just like has a cool game plan or has a cool voice or whatever it is, you know. Whatever thing I'm able to latch onto. Like, I can fall in love with the game for its system, but I'm not going to enjoy... Like, I need more than that. I need a character as well. Like, I think for a game to really, really mesh, I kind of need both. But I can enjoy a game that has characters I like, even if the system aren't to my preference. This is the ending. This is what qualifies for an ending, huh?
Game over.
But even if the system is like something I really enjoy, if there isn't a character that I really gravitate to, then like... Okay, you do unlock more colors, nice. Then it's like kind of rough. Like, I'm not gonna have a good time. Because ultimately, like, what I enjoy about fighting games really is like inhabiting a character and like doing cool shit with that character. And it's interesting, like, looking at Guilty Gear, for example, I've always felt like there are characters whose designs I enjoy, but I've never felt like that they're cool. not in the sense that I don't like the designs, but in terms of like them, like the stuff that they're doing in the game looks cool. And that's not to do with like art or animation, really. I think it's more to do with like the flow of the game and the way stuff moves and behaves. But there isn't really a template for what that is, because like I used to think T-Hawk was the shittest Street Fighter character for a long time, and then I watched like competitive Super Turbo, and I just kind of fell in love with his command grab, like specifically him landing the command grab and the other character like teleporting into the palm of his hand and getting spun around. Like, it's just so sick when they're making his fucking noise, and like that move landing is so cool that it made me like that character. And I feel like for stuff that characters do to look cool, which in turn is what make the character look cool, like it has to be in an environment where stuff can interact, like when characters can interact with each other and with their environment or whatever it is in a way that feels satisfying. Like if the in a lot of kind of these anime fighters, you have these like extremely long combos that feel pretty weightless, and you know, it's not about like the anime aesthetics, it's just like the nature of how those games kind of feel and flow. Like Marvel 3 is a good example. I think that game certainly has like extremely tedious long combos, but something with the character designs, the animations, and of course like most of the characters I have attachment to outside of that game, but even so, like specifically how they're expressed in games like Marvel 3, something about the rhythm and the pacing. I mean, I liked X-Men vs Street Fighter. I played that the arcade version when I was in high school or middle school, I guess, and I loved it. I mean, it didn't play like Marvel 3, it didn't look like Marvel 3, but it like, I've always felt like the Marvel kind of lineage, even though I can't like keep up and I like don't really enjoy those types of games, like from that pure aesthetic standpoint, I've never had issue with them the way I kind of have with, you know, the more typical, let's call it Arc System Works derived, you know, it's not just Guilty Gear or whatever, like I said, Melty Blood, Big Bang Beat, you name it, whatever, like that sort of school of game. And it's so like intangible, it's so hard to pinpoint specifically what makes that difference. And clearly like the combos in this aren't like that, you know, but it still has a little bit of, there's something about the kind of the feel and pacing of it that gives it, not that it feels bad, I don't feel that it feels bad, but I don't know, I've yet to see a character in this, and this again, like I haven't seen much of this game at all anyway, so it's not, I'm not judging the game, again I'm just saying I haven't seen enough to judge it, but I haven't also seen anything that like really grabs me, that really like, oh shit, I want to play that character so I can do that cool stuff. Because in some games you see something cool like the Tomahawk Buster, or the Mexican Typhoon, I guess is the command grab. Tomahawk Buster's the anti-air. And sometimes it's just like the character in general, I don't know. But like in this, again, there's no immediately like, I think from the roster of characters that we have here, like even including the DLC ones, like Soros was his name, right? The martial arts guy with the beard. Like, I thought he looked cool. I don't know what he's capable of, but again, in DNF Duel, which in a lot of ways, like again, in terms of the flow of the game, the wackiness and the long combos and everything, like that's way more of an anime fighter, you know, lack of a better term, than this is, which like should be what I don't like. But it had characters that I thought were super cool. So yeah, I don't know. I don't have anything against this game. I don't dislike it, but it's nothing about it really grabs me either. I am curious to spend more time with it, but my first impression, just having pressed buttons in it a couple of minutes, you know, having spent the equivalent amount of time in DNF Duel, I was like excited to buy it, and then I ended up not doing that because I don't feel like anyone had excitement for that game by the time it came out, unfortunately. But here I'm very much still kind of on the fence. Nothing's really grabbed me yet. My feeling right now isn't like, oh, I'm super excited about Rising. I think more than anything, I feel like, man, I beat the game once and I still don't know what the game systems are. I kind of wish I knew what the game was like. Well, let's fuck around with it a little bit more. This art's great. We have all this. Nothing to unlock there, I guess. All music. So I'm guessing, yeah, this is like the Machu Ultimatum. That's a good song name. I'm assuming I just unlock these to listen to, or do I like pick them? Because you can like select music, but maybe you have to buy them first. I don't know. Story. Oh, I guess that's the RPG thing. Makes sense. Yeah, pretty... I don't know if it's just hiding stuff that I can't get to yet, but it seems pretty lackluster in terms of stuff unlocked there. Like, was the ending artwork I got even in there? It didn't look like it. Well, let's hop into the RPG mode real quick just to see what it's like. I have no idea. Arcade mode was really quick. And again, I am curious about the game anyway. I'm already streaming this, so I might as well poke around a little bit at this on stream. Oh, okay. Oh, okay, maybe this is where we find our tutorial. I guess so. I figured someone would be over there. Oh, I dropped my combo. I'm just do heavies so I can build more chain damage. Okay. I'm gonna press my right stick to do something. Fine, alright. Alright, they gotta have a little more health now that I can do combos. Alright. Anyone left? I only have 962 seconds. Oh, that's right. There are different strength versions of specials. I keep forgetting that's a thing.
Quest clear.
Stuff like this has a lot of potential, but it's always interesting to see like how not only like there's so many elements that go into whether something like this is fun or compelling. Like I was going on before about having had so much fun with Heroes and Heralds. Shadow Lords and Killer Instinct is like super sick too. Back in the day, I really enjoyed some of the Soul Calibur quest modes. But I recall like messing with some of the single player stuff in Soul Calibur 6 and finding it like mind-numbingly boring because there's like ages of dull exposition dialogue stuff. And then the actual missions aren't anything interesting. You just like fight a couple of generated character editor characters, and then there's right back to the boring exposition.
旅をするんじゃなかったのかよ。
応じないのならば剣を構えろグラン。
Subtitles aren't the easiest to read either. Pretty tiny. Like very thin text. I wonder if it's like a screen resolution thing. Like even the outline, like it's blends in horribly with the background.
僕の故郷の村に逃げてきた2人と出会い、危険な目にあったりしたけど、僕はルリアと命のリンクで一心同体になった。それがきっかけで憧れだったこの空の世界へ旅立つことができた。それなのに帝国兵を引き連れたカタリナさんがルリアを渡せと剣を向けてくる。なぜ？
Yeah, it's probably a little bit better on my end. Like if I make an effort, I can actually read it. But on stream, I can understand if it's like fully unreadable. I feel like this is like kind of exhausting too. Like the staggered frame rate obviously makes perfect sense for the character animation in the game, and it looks good there. But I find a lot of this, like especially when there's a lot of camera motion, or even when characters like in their intros and stuff. Like the low frame rate is, it's legitimately hard to look at for me. It's interesting because I recently played through Hi-Fi Rush. That was a great game, and that game also does a lot of the same style of modulated frame rate. That's the word I was looking for. And when I first started playing it, I found it really like, wow, it's kind of jarring that it mixes kind of frame rates. Like, essentially, for the most part, the camera always moves at 60 FPS. And there are occasions, as I recall, that like characters. Now it's been a while since I played it, so I couldn't give you a specific example. But it's like characters and elements can move around on screen at 60 FPS, but like their actual posing and moving around is typically at a much lower frame rate. But even then, I don't think everything is like always at the same frame rate. And the first like instant, it just like it caught me off guard because I was like, wow, this is kind of weird. But basically, once you got through the first cutscenes and you get into the game, oh, so much for the auto dialogue, huh? Oh, never mind, it's auto. And once you get into the game, it feels like really natural. Like, because once you start controlling it, like, obviously you need to have smooth, like, camera control. And of course, things move around. Like, it's just the animation that's, like, modulated like that. It's not like movement is choppy or anything. And by like incorporating more of that into the non-interactive segments, like that transition is like kind of smoother. Even though in isolation, I mean, I got used to it. Like my impression of the game now, looking back, isn't that it animated weirdly or anything. Like it's a gorgeous game. It's great game all around, not least in presentation. Like they do a lot of cool little tricks with incorporating like VFX and like sound effects, like onomatopoeia and stuff like that's super fun. But I just remember the first impression feeling like, whoa, this is kind of weird. Well, the frame rate isn't like, it's not like it's animated at 120 BPM or whatever. That doesn't really make sense. It's just like they're using frame rate modulation similar to these games, that it's not like all the animation basically is not interpolated. But the music, like the gameplay, mechanically, everything is like tied to the beat, yes. But I'm talking more like on a more granular level, like the frame rate of like movement. But like the stages do have, I guess, different, like they have different songs, of course, and I think they have different tempo. So I'm assuming like the timing of the combos and stuff change between stages, but it's so natural that you don't think about it. And by extension, the same animation might play out slightly faster or slower depending on the BPM. I'm assuming. I don't really know. But the reason I bring it up is because in these games, outside of like gameplay where the camera is moving at 60 FPS, characters' position on screen, I mean, it's basically exactly like a 2D game, you know, in Street Fighter 2 or whatever. Whenever the game is calculating the position of an element, a projectile, a VFX particle, whatever, a character, that is always like updated at a constant 60 FPS. If the camera moves, that is updated at 60 FPS. But the actual animated elements, whether it's a character or background, like it updates as often as it does depending on how it's drawn, you know. And in these games, it's basically the same. So the position of a character on screen is always like updated. But any kind of animated element is on a specific kind of frame rate. And that includes like every kind of cinematic, and even in a scene like this, like the propellers in the back are animating at a lower frame rate. And when you have these like big, like in any cinematic scene in this, like the camera is also like animated on a lower frame rate, which of course is how you would do it if you're animating something. Like an animated, like unless you're doing it in CG, at which point you were probably like, unless for stylistic purposes, you would likely render out everything at a full 24 FPS or whatever you're going for. But in traditional animation, there's no such thing. Like camera movement is just additional drawings. But I remember feeling similar from what little I've seen and played of Exert and Strive and Dragon Ball and whatever else, that like when you have these like cinematic supers or intros and what have you, the lower frame rate is like, a lot of the time the motions are so drastic that it can be, it looks choppy in kind of a different way. Well, Hi-Fi Rush, yeah, I mean it's made to look like animation, whether you feel like it looks like well, I was gonna say an American 90s cartoon, but the good ones of those were animated in Japan anyway. So yeah, but I mean that's what frame rate modulation comes down to. It's like simulating what 2D animation looks like, but not necessarily for the. But I'm trying. There we go. Like it has artistic merit, like because it has a different look and feel. From like interpolating things on every frame. This is kind of fun. Grid elements. Okay. I see. Okay. So yeah, like having like my most recent exposure and experience to that sort of animation style in a game is Hi-Fi Rush, and like especially having seen like 2 cutscenes in this game, like I'm immediately, this hasn't been unlocked, I'm immediately like appreciating how that game approached it, like stuff like this, like yeah, you see actually there's stuff in the background that moves more smoothly, interestingly. But yeah, that camera move right there was at the same frame rate as the character. I'm assuming the there we go. There is a whole thing in the real game to like swap weapon skins, so I would have to imagine that they would change. It seemed like the easiest thing to do. So I'd be shocked if it didn't. I didn't pay attention to the little customized menu, but... Oh, okay, so this is my... This is so, like... there's so much stuff. Okay, and then I customize water. Okay, start. I mean, like, I hate coming across as such a like hater, but I'm just like, I don't even know what I'm complaining about specifically. I'm just like a little let down by the feeling of like, oh, this, like, I wish I felt more excited about this. But there's like, it's so, I don't know, this is, I'm having a lot of similar feelings like I did with Soul Calibur 6. I feel like there's so much of this, like, fuck me, the game is like really betting on me being hella invested in staring at text, and like, I'm not even saying like, oh, there's too much dialogue, but just like the way everything is presented, it's very like sluggish tempo. Like the game is making no, you know, it's certainly not rushing to get to the action. And there's like 6 layers of menus that won't make sense until I'm 20 hours deep, or at least that's how it feels. It just, I don't know, it's frustrating me a little bit. You start RPG and then you're in this, like the first thing you do, but like you can just tell like the scale and scope of it, that it took us like 20 minutes to go from the first tutorial where we learned to walk left and right and press a button to the second tutorial where we learned to press a different button. What's the other? Is it got command, I think? Oh, okay. I need to turn around, that's fine. Alright, yeah, that's a super thing. Like, if I could just sort of, I don't know, again, like, Shadow Lords and KI, I think, did it well. Like, that's, like, it's interesting, because, you know, on paper, it's a lot of similar stuff. It's an RPG kind of mode. Got texts and missions and explanations. But it doesn't feel like it's wasting as much of my time as something like this does. And yeah, I mean, it's not even really about like world building and like you have to read so much lore. It's just, I mean, that is a thing too, but it's more like just the presentation of everything, like having a lot of wait, what? Oh, okay, it's like number of hits. Right, throw him this way. Everything keeps whipping because he flies into the air. Can I? I'm trying to throw him this way, but I can't throw him to the left. Oh, he moved once. Okay. There we go. It didn't work in the corner. Yeah, like the pacing, exactly. Like, they're not getting to, like... But it's an interesting kind of problem to solve, too, because, like, I understand... Like, how do you naturally kind of get to... these kind of systems and having this sort of depth and having all this stuff in this mode, because I'm not against that at all. It's just, like, the way things are presented make it, for me, like, really tough to get into. And again, like, this comes right back to the whole literacy thing. I feel like people who play Arc System Works games and like have been really invested in them, you know, if you play it Guilty Gear for a while, like, you're probably gonna be a little more open to sitting through the 5-hour anime story mode or whatever than I am right now. Certainly just like messing around with something for the first time. And I think if you've done that in 1 or 2 or 3 games, the 4th game, you have an inherent feel for what to expect. Like, you know, it's been similar when we've played games like Nitro Plus Blasters, or I mean Kohima Enbu for that matter too. Like, when you have these kind of anime story mode stuff, like, I don't play a lot of fighting games that have those kinds of things. I don't play a lot of RPGs or other games that have like that sort of, because that's the thing too, right? Like, I feel like there's probably plenty of how this is framed that you might be more familiar with if you play certain other types of games. And for me, it's like, it's already like immediately putting kind of a wedge between me and the game, because I will come to it with a sense of unease because I'm unfamiliar and I feel a little bit illiterate in how certain things function. That like the tiniest fraction of a little annoyance will kind of be magnified by that kind of sense of unfamiliarity. Progressive disclosure, sure, yeah. I mean, it's not like this game isn't doing that. But I don't think it's like quite that simple, because it's, I don't know. It's hard to put my finger on what exactly it is. I mean, I think it's also, of course, like just general kind of UI, UX design. I mean, that's something I think Arc System Works is pretty infamous for, like having menus that are like really clunky and weird, and like overly elaborate. I mean, I played Dragon Ball Fighters like once, and I remember right off the bat, like I felt like unwelcomed, sort of. Like, just booting it up, and like the main menu in that game is like before you do anything, I think there's like a choice of like online or offline before you like literally pick anything, because the whole menu is like you're walking around with your little avatar and a map, and like the game has to know if your map is going to be populated by other players. It's like you're wandering about the Miiverse or whatever. And like that alone like makes me like confused and scared and confused, because like I don't want to play online. I want to play the game. Like, I'm not gonna fight someone. Like, why do I have to pick this? And why does the game make me feel like I'm like not playing the, like, I don't get access to the full main menu without accepting being online? And then when you go online, you have to like walk between 5 locations to figure out where the option menu is. Like, I thought it was like atrocious. Like, I literally, felt like I couldn't figure out. Like, it was such a weird feeling, Like, I've played video games for like, somewhere between 30 and 35 years, and I boot up this like child's game, and I cannot, like, I'm struggling to figure out how to navigate the main menu. It's a weird feeling, and I mean, I don't know that anyone is like defending Dragon Ball FighterZ main menu. But I think maybe if you have a certain other kind of background than I have, you will have a higher, pain threshold. I don't know. It's not fair either, because it's not really a matter of it being bad and you being used to bad things. You can stomach it more easily, but more like just different frames of reference, and a being used to like not things being bad, but rather like being used to like having to figure things out in that way. I don't know. I mean, I'm equally confused by shit like Fortnite or whatever, it's I mean, I remember trying to play, I played like one game of PUBG on Xbox, because it was like a monthly quest thing. And that, like, same thing with like Naraka Blade Point. Like, I couldn't get through the tutorial of that game because the inventory menu was like too overwhelming. And it's like, Battle Royale games these days, like, they're designed for people who play those games, and if you don't play those games, you look at it, it's just like, the fuck am I even looking at? It's like, I don't know. So I think trying to go through that in pursuit of something you don't even know if you're excited about, like, that's a pretty fucking tough sell. And that's kind of how I can feel with some of these like more anime-esque fighting games. On top of everything else about them that I may or may not like, of course. So I don't know, like, let's just say I'm glad I didn't spend more than like $12 or whatever I paid for this to find out if the the RPG mode in this was going to be appealing to me. I don't want to write it off entirely, but I'm not currently in like any state of mind to immerse myself in it, to kind of like try to have a better time with it. Like right now, I played through the arcade mode. Catalina's a decently cool character, but I wasn't like super excited about learning more about her. Maybe it's because I don't know what cool shit you can do in this game because I haven't seen it. I don't know. Could be the case. But there's nothing really mechanically, or more importantly in the cast, that's like really grabbing me. And nothing I've seen of the RPG mode is kind of grabbing me either. Like, that's the thing. It's one thing to be overwhelming because there's like so much stuff, but I think for sure this game and many modern games are kind of the opposite, right? Like, they're not they're front loading information and tutorializing and everything else to kind of make it like easing you into it to the point where there's no friction until like you're really deep into it. And this comes in a lot of different games. I'm reminded of I recently messed around a little bit with the beta of Diablo 4, which seemed like neat enough. Am I gonna play it? Am I gonna buy it for 80 euros? No. I could see myself playing it at some point. In the meantime, I still have my shrink wrap copy of Diablo 3 for PS4. But Diablo 3 is actually the game that I was reminded of. I happened to win a free copy of the PC version when that came out, and I had no plans of playing it, but was like, oh hey, I got a free copy of Diablo 3. Sure, I'll check this out. And aside from like all the server problems and everything when that game released, I got into it, but like I was pretty bored with it. Like, I thought it was kind of cool, but I couldn't play it for more than 30 minutes to maybe an hour tops before I got kind of bored with it. Because it, there's no challenge. There was like it felt very sort of paint by numbers to just kind of go and do the thing. And what I was told by my friends who were like Diablo fans and players was that, like, yeah, the game doesn't get fun or whatever like until you're on like your third playthrough, like, because you could only play on normal difficulty and then you unlock hard or whatever, like. And they were like kind of, it's kind of like people saying like, oh yeah, this TV show gets really good in season 3, you just gotta fucking bear it out until then. And that was the consensus, sort of like, oh yeah, like when you're playing on this difficulty level, that's when you actually have to care about something. Like, people who were passionate about the games were basically saying, yeah, you probably want to speedrun your first like 40 hours through your first 2 playthroughs, because the game doesn't even really start until after that point. Like, that's when you can start caring about the game. And needless to say, I did not play it that far. I did not have it in me to not care about a game for dozens of hours in the off chance that I might at that point begin caring about the game. And I guess that's similar to how I'm feeling about this. I probably don't need to play this for 40 hours to start getting into the meat of the RPG mode. But maybe, or I guess a better way of phrasing it is, will there have been engaging meat to engage, to challenge me and to like reward me and to entertain me in the RPG mode within 20 to 40 to 60 hours? I don't know. And how many hours will I have to spend in pursuit of that potential engaging future? I feel like games that have that sort of, like Hi-Fi Rush is another example, much like many games of that type, sort of Bayonetta DMC like games, they also layer mechanics and systems on like kind of one at a time. You don't have access to everything. And I thought it was a little bit dull at the very beginning, And then you start getting more stuff, and it's like, all right, okay, I get it. And then you start getting a little more stuff, and it's like, oh, okay, it's getting a little overwhelming, but I still finished it. I thought it was cool. And you can clearly tell that there's a massive, like, huge kind of skill ceiling and like room to evolve if you really want to spend time and effort on it. I was happy to just kind of beat it and move on, but I thought it was really cool. But for that to work, there has to be some element that's really compelling right off the bat to make you want to discover that potential depth, because by definition you can't know what it is before you get there. Like, the game only shows a little bit, you know, the tip of the iceberg, but you don't know how deep the iceberg goes. You don't know what it looks like under the surface. So if that little tip above the surface doesn't look cool or doesn't compel you in some way, then you're done, you know? And I think that's the difference. Like, having to, like, sometimes some games have the issue of, like, not enough of it is, like, you know, the tip of the iceberg is too small, like, too much of it is just hidden below. Some games, you know, the problem is the water's too opaque. You can't tell how much depth there's going to be there. Sometimes it's like there could be something really cool, but what they choose to surface first, like, is just not that compelling. Or the rate at which you, like, go deeper. I don't know, this analogy is probably falling apart, but it's a complicated issue. But I think it's a, like, personally at least, I guess I'm pretty sensitive to it. It depends on what the game is, I suppose. For some sort of things, I'll be more willing to engage with something in the hope that I'll get something out of it. But I also think there's certain things, like, for example, if a game is hard or if a game is bad or whatever, like, I have a easier time persevering and sticking with it and seeing if I can figure out a way to enjoy it than if it's boring. If it's, like, dull and I feel like there might be something there, but the game is, like, forcing me to waste my time, or, like, just stretching it out into an infinite tedium for the sake of more hours or whatever, like, that shit really puts me off. So anyway, I don't know. This game seems sort of neat. I don't think it's really for me, but I would like to, you know, the thing that I feel more than anything is that I want to learn more about it. I'm curious, like, what the game mechanics are like, and it's like an incredibly frustrating feeling to not even really know if or where I can go through the game itself to learn about those mechanics and systems. Like, probably most of it is probably explained somewhere in mission training, but how much time do I even have to spend to figure out where I can learn about those things? I mean, I'm sure I can find a YouTube tutorial somewhere or whatever, like a video to explain stuff, a wiki or whatever, but even then, like, that starts to becoming work and time I have to spend in a different way. And I feel like realistically I'm not gonna, like, search out competitive footage of this game. I'll be happy to give it a shot if it comes my way, but I'm probably not gonna seek it out. But, you know, who knows? Maybe when Rising comes out, there'll be more excitement for it. Maybe I'll check out the open beta or whatever. I mean, I'm pretty sure I'll have my hands full with Street Fighter 6, and then Mortal Kombat's coming out. It's not exactly like I'm looking for more new fighting games to play to, you know, fill my time with. But having said that, you know, I do love fighting games, and I take no joy in finding myself unable to, you know, appreciate and enjoy a game. I think more than anything, I'm just feeling a slight frustration with what I perceive to be kind of a threshold that I'm struggling to see kind of how I can get over. You know, if I had a friend to play games with and they played this game and they could teach me and show me, it would be like a billion times easier. Like, that's, you know, that's how I got into Granblue. I didn't play it much, but I had friends who were really into it, so they could explain it. We played it together, and I had fun with it. And I'm sure I could have fun with this. I mean, playing with another person in the first place is a big help. Could it be articulated as respecting your time? I mean, that's part of it, right? That's a big part of it. I think people can mean different things when they say that, because I think a lot of people will use that expression to I don't want to say dismiss, but like people who use that argument, like for example, I was watching Bluto stream the other day. He was playing Final Vendetta, and we talked a little bit about that game because that game has a very kind of ruthless arcade structure. There's no continues, so there's no like credit feeding. There is no mode where you can just like casually, carefree, just stroll through the game. And we had a little bit of a discussion about like, because he was saying like, I really think this game should have a mode where you can just credit feed and mash your way through the game, and like that's what I would want. And I respect the the challenge and people like challenging themselves to beating this game on limited continues and whatever. But that the main mode or like the beginner facing mode should let you just kind of get through the game. And I wasn't so sure, like, because I felt, well, I feel like that's, I mean, I know that game is like kind of hardcore and possibly to a fault with how it frames certain things. There's certain things presentation wise and like what's the word? Not necessarily accessibility, but like Final Vendetta does not really extend any kind of olive branches to people who aren't like hyped as shit to play like a new arcade beat 'em up. And I think it could extend a few olive branches here and there without compromising too much of its vision. But letting new players credit feed their way through the game and just beat it without worrying about the challenge or the opposition or anything like that, that could be a bridge too far. It's a short game. I think a lot of people who would be like, it's a little bit of a contradiction. Like it's a paradox of sorts where like the people who would request that kind of feature are the people who I think would be worst served by it in a sense, because the people who like don't sort of have the interest or patience to work on the developing the skill, the mastery to learn how to beat the game, I feel maybe a bit, prejudiced, but I feel like there's a big overlap between those players and players who would then credit feed their way through the game, get to the end in 35 minutes and be like, what? That's it? And refund the game on Steam because it's too short. I think the fact that it doesn't have a credit feed is the only reason I end up going back to it. Yeah, like that's the thing, right? Like I think that's such a tricky balance, because on the one hand, you want to design something to appeal to a certain crowd, a certain type of player with a certain kind of looking for a certain thing. And how do you appeal to those people without strictly alienating everybody else? How can you appeal to different types of players? I mean, I think like limited credits in a game like that becomes an interesting and kind of easy to understand pointed example. But frankly, there's a lot of that kind of stuff where it's like, game design is all about, in some ways, preventing, well, not all about, but like a big recurring thing in game design is like protecting players from themselves, preventing players from optimizing the fun out of a game. It's there's so much kind of psychology that goes into like how a player will use resources that they have access to. There's no shortage of games where like, I'm sure everyone in chat has like that experience of finishing a game with like 68 potions that you're saving because you never know if you might need it. Like you game over 12 times without healing because you don't want to use your healing items. I'd rather do this thing over and over and over so I can get through this stage with a healing item in case I need it. And that's a simple example. And a lot of games have systems where like healing items don't carry over from stage to stage, so you better use it, and you kind of learn that, oh, okay, I probably shouldn't try to hoard these because the game won't even really let me. And hey, lo and behold, now I actually get to engage with this system and I don't die as often, and I'm as a result having more fun with it. And there's like a billion things like that on every kind of conceivable scale. And I think like trying to court players who are, I mean, I think what really needs to happen with that kind of game is to like educate people on like, hey, this game is about learning to play the game. You know, it's fun to see like a lot of kind of the arcade mentality being really like embraced by a huge audience with like rogue style sort of games, right? People, billions of people, maybe not billions, but a lot of people play games like, you know, Spelunky or what have you, and they get super into it and they completely accept that progress doesn't carry over. You can lose progress. You can game over and you have to try again from the beginning. But in a lot of other contexts, like that would be, because like I feel like there's a lot of parallels between a game like Spelunky and a game like, I don't know, Final Fight, where there is no progress, but you will gain knowledge. You will learn to understand the game world and what kind of challenges lie ahead of you and how to overcome them. What you do and how you overcome those challenges are of course completely different in those games, but it's not too dissimilar in terms of how you approach you know, making multiple attempts at it. But I feel like there's like the greater kind of general audience, they see any kind of arcade sort of thing, and if they have any amount of familiarity with the concept whatsoever, they will either like assume that it's like, oh yeah, this is the kind of game where the game cheats to force you to put in more quarters, right? I've heard about that. And slash, or you know, they might have played something on MAME or whatever else. They just kind of bring with them their not assumptions so much as previous experience with like linear action games or whatever, where the expectation is you keep going. You know, you might get stuck on something, but you can always push forward, and eventually, like there is no going backwards. You will keep playing and you persevere, and eventually you get to the credits and then you are done. And that's not really how arcade games are played. Arcade games can be played that way if you know, if you have infinite credits and the game lets you credit feed. And I wouldn't say that that's like an invalid way to enjoy those games. I don't think there are any invalid ways to enjoy any game. But I think if you can, I mean, that's from my personal experience for sure, like learning to appreciate the fact that these games can be defeated, you know, with limited resources. There is like the idea of like trying to maintain your resources, like make the most of your limited lives. It won't ever really hit until you like actually try to do it. And I think there's a lot of players out there, I want to believe anyway, who, you know, given the choice would absolutely kind of go into that credit feed mentality, and you know, they would see the entire game from beginning to end in half an hour, and they would be kind of led to believe that they have seen everything there is to see, they have experienced all of it, so that's it then, I guess. But they've not been exposed to the entire like concept of, you know, not only is there going to be a billion things, specifics in that game that's going to go over their head in terms of like, you know, encounter design and level design and, you know, system mechanics or whatever that they don't need to care about, because if they die they can just put in another virtual quarter and continue. But they also won't be exposed to the idea of chasing that like mastery and the enjoyment you get out of making progress. Now, of course, like not everyone is gonna be interested in that, but I think it's a shame that a lot of people won't recognize that that is what an arcade game is kind of going after. You know, an arcade game should be able to entertain anyone no matter what their kind of aiming to get out of it. But I feel like arcade games or arcade style games tend to, or like can easily get dismissed for, you know, people kind of play through them in the least invested way possibly, and they aren't invested, they finish it, they go whatever, moving on, and they kind of assume that that is all there is to it and that's all the game can offer, and dismiss it as like a button masher or a very shallow experience or whatever. So I mean, this is something I've been thinking about a lot when it comes to like the design of my sort of hypothetical beat 'em up game, because this is very much like, if you want to market a game like this, if you want to sell it for money, or even if you want people to care about it, you really have to try hard, I think, to find a way to appeal to different types of players. I think Streets of Rage 4 did a few things very cleverly. Having the arcade mode be like a separate unlockable thing, or actually I think it's available from the beginning, but it's like a separate mode. And the kind of standard mode is the story mode, which is a lot more forgiving and sort of, you know, you can save the game, you can continue from any stage. Like, it's built much more after kind of modern expectations, but the game is still very much designed with the arcade mode in mind. And in my eye, like, it's obviously the real game, and the story mode is just like a concession to get people in through the door. And that game did very well, and I think that sort of structure was a big part of it. Like, people play the story mode because that's what's presented as like how you play it. It's immediately captivating. You know, it feels good, it's fun to play. There's not too much like RPG text, whatever, or anything else that like gets in the way of you having fun. But you beat the game, and if you're clamoring for more, there's a lot that's already there. And on top of that, like, it does a lot of other things too. Like the unlockable stuff, I think is a very, I guess I shouldn't say a very simple way, but it's a very straightforward way of like convincing people to stick around with it a little bit longer. I finally played it, huh? If you're not familiar, like, whenever you finish a level, the score you got, it gets like added to like a global pool of like lifetime score. And when you hit certain thresholds in lifetime score, you unlock additional characters and like other stuff. And one playthrough of story mode was not going to be enough to unlock everything. So I think that's like a super basic thing. Like, I think that like carrot on a stick of like seeing a meter go up, like, you know, I think Call of Duty 4 Modern Warfare like proved pretty definitively and like immediately that making a little meter go up and making some numbers go up and always have something that's gonna, you know, giving you the feeling of, regardless of what I'm getting out of the actual play session in terms of my gameplay experience, in terms of the mastery I'm building, in terms of winning or losing or having fun or like anything like that, there is this meta layer of reward that is being doled out regardless. Like, the game is thanking you, the game is rewarding you for investing time in it, very tangibly, and there's always something on the horizon. And a lot of games do that, and I think that's pretty smart. Because I think what happens is, you know, some people might say, all right, I'll stick with this as long as the number keeps going up, as long as this meter keeps being filled and I keep getting rewarded with stuff. And, you know, by the end, once you've been rewarded everything, either you're done, you're moving on, and you will have spent more time with the game than you would have if you had only played it once from start to finish. But the other, perhaps more likely scenario, at least if the game's really good, is that in the time, the extra time you spent with it in pursuit of those extra rewards, you actually found yourself a little bit more invested in the game, a little bit more knowledgeable about how the game functions, a little more interested in perhaps, you know, building your skill and mastery in the game. And like, even if the game at the beginning, like, your motivation to play it might have been, you know, to get to the end or to finish it or to get an achievement or whatever, at some point you might have been compelled enough to want to play it. And I think that's that's what you have to sort of design for, I think. You're gonna have a certain type of people, a certain type of player who's going to be into the idea of like, you know, when I played Final Vendetta for the first time, I game over and I was like, all right, no, it continues. Okay, this is going to be tough, but all right, I'm into it. I want to, you know, I want to keep trying. And once you learn a bit how it plays, like, you know, it's actually not that hard, or at least it can be brutal, but you can learn to overcome a lot of its challenges, I thought, you know, pretty reasonably. And then there's like ultra difficulty and shit that's like super hardcore. But at least on the kind of base level, like, at least it's someone who's like experienced in the genre, I thought it was a very well balanced and very like entertaining challenge. And then at that point, it's just like, it's fun to play. In a short game like that, you can just burn through in 30 minutes and just like, you know, boot it up at any time and just have a great time with it. But for that game, like, yeah, I can see it being a little bit of a tough sell if you are not that type of player. Like, the game is not really doing an awful lot to kind of try to coax you into being that kind of player. And if you're not that kind of player, there's maybe not that much else for you there. By comparison, I think Streets of Rage 4 does a great job of like trying to ease you into being that kind of player by having like, you know, ranks for each stage. Like, you can see that you can get like A ranks and S ranks and whatever. There are multiple higher levels of difficulty that you can complete. But if you're not compelled by that, maybe you're compelled by unlocking more characters. Maybe you're compelled by trying to play as these different characters for a different experience. I'm sure the Mr. X Nightmare DLC stuff, I still haven't played that, by the way. I'm sure there's a lot of players who found that way more compelling than the standard campaign. And I think that's a great idea. Like, I think literally, you know, I was just talking about how the kind of roguelike structure has a lot in common with arcade games. I think there's a lot of arcade style games that you could apply that model to make it like more familiar to a modern audience. I think if you do like a roguelike beat 'em up, that's something you could make that could appeal to a different audience, maybe a bigger audience. I'd be a little bit disappointed probably, or let's just say something like that would probably never be my favorite beat 'em up. But adding it as like an alternate mode, or having an element of it in like, and potentially using that as like an onboarding kind of thing, like people try that mode, and then maybe, you know, you can think of the arcade mode as like, well, this is just a set seed, you know, it's like, you know, it's not randomized, it's got a defined like randomization seed, so it's the same every time, and it's a different type of challenge. Like, who knows? But I think for sure, like, that's an interesting kind of challenge. So the reason I bring all of this up, the thing I've been talking about for the last 40 minutes, it all comes back to the idea of respecting the player's time. That was what brought this whole thing on. Because I think some people can look at that sort of arcade structure. They could look at something like Final Vendetta and say, this game doesn't respect my time. I don't want to waste my time playing stage 1 over and over and over again. I want to play stage 1, then 2, then 3, 4, 5, 6, and then be done. And in that context, I don't think it's applicable. And I don't think the term respecting the player's time is really applicable there, but that's obviously very subjective. If you use the term that way, I completely disagree. Could depend on the game, but like, at least generally. Because it's still like, some people, I feel, just through experience of what games they've played, they're expecting and feeling that they're kind of owed by the game to never like lose progress. I mean, I remember playing Demon's Souls for the first time and kind of eventually understanding that like, losing souls is not losing progress. Like, souls aren't progress. Like, your knowledge of the levels is progress. And once you kind of get over that mental hurdle, like, you can kind of play those games in a different way. And it's obviously the same thing with like an arcade sort of challenge. Like, having to start over isn't losing progress in that sense. Like, it's just part of the journey. And I don't know if you could argue that letting you just credit feed your way through is in itself not respecting the player's time, but I think it's like, I would always think of it the opposite, like that. If I'm not allowed to continue, that is respecting my integrity. I don't know, and just letting me completely skip most of the game to get through it. I don't know. There's a lot of situations where letting players skip whatever part of the game they want is super valid, but I do think in a like 30-minute arcade game, that's maybe where I draw the line. Well, fingers crossed that that whatever you are, I was gonna say trying to work on, I guess, is fruitful. And I mean, by all means, I'm more than happy to discuss my thoughts on these kinds of topics at great length on or off stream. Not to say that I'm any kind of authority, but I sure have a lot of opinions. And it is something I'm passionate about because, again, like, I think it's rare to see it done well, and I think like there's so much potential for that kind of game, whether it's a beat 'em up or something else, to, I think, like, land well with a wider audience if someone just kind of, if someone tried approaching it differently than adding numbers and world maps and quest logs and shit. Like, that's the problem I have with the kind of RPGification of beat 'em ups. Even if we're mostly kind of past that kind of thing nowadays, or at least it's not the way of doing it. I feel like those kinds of things, like, they were absolutely concessions. Like, they were attempts at taking that arcade game and, like, all right, but how do we, what kind of olive branch can we extend here? We can let people grind to get numbers going up. We can make the game impossible to finish in less than 4 hours, so people feel like they get their money's worth, or whatever. And I feel like almost all of those things are, like, in direct opposition with the appeal of that style of game. So it is an inherent compromise. So what I'm looking for is I guess, like, games that have challenge systems or different game modes or whatever it may be that can, like, compel different types of players without compromising the core of what the game is. And that's something that I do think Streets of Rage 4 does better than most. To tie this back to Granblue Fantasy Versus. Granblue Fantasy Versus? I don't know about that. Ooh. Have we been playing that game? I don't recall. I think respecting your time with the RPG mode would be drastically improved by just not spending so much time front-loading so much talking. I mean, it's interesting you mentioned that, because I feel like at the end of the day, like, all the time we've the 2 minutes or whatever we spent in it, like, I don't really feel like the characters talking were even the biggest issue with it. I feel like it was more like tutorialized menu stuff. You're on the run from people trying to steal your MacGuffin lady. Are we? I don't know. I don't think I paid any attention. But sure, I guess. Yeah, it's like the menus. Yeah, I feel like they could very easily have done like 5 missions in a row with, like, because the mission itself, once you're in game, it already tells you, like, oh, press this button, do this. Like, why don't they just do that for like 5 missions with, you know, you can have the one cutscene. Yeah, I feel like they could have strung together far more gameplay before we got to any of the menuing shit. Like, maybe that way I would have been a little more invested in playing it. I don't know. But hey, you know, it prompted me this lengthy diatribe on a topic that was tangentially related at best. But yeah, I think people have such an aversion to, and I mean, it's funny. I was gonna say people have such an aversion to, like, not having their time respect or whatever. I mean, I clearly do too. I just look at it in a different way. Like, I think people extend it to areas where I don't feel like it's appropriate. There's a balance to presenting story and action that's present even in writing fiction. Sure, I agree. And it's such a complicated topic that it's I think it's very difficult to lay down any particular hard rules. Just one of those things where you kind of know it when you see it. Fighting game RPG modes, you just copy World Tour. I mean, there's a lot of different ways you can do it, but that's a good example of, like, there's not much fluff and fucking around. I mean, I understand that this game in particular would want to tie this kind of thing to, like, a story. But again, comparing this to Heroes and Heralds in MVC3, like, that game has a premise. It doesn't really have a story, but it has a premise and some very light menuing. I mean, even Shadow Lords, which I keep, like, praising, and Killer Instinct, that actually has a story, but it's like, so much of it is like, here's a text box, you push it away, and then you're done. Like, that's it. Like, there's very little fucking around that isn't, like, tied to the actual game. Man, I would just kind of want to play that. Anyway, guys, this has been an entertaining just chatting stream disguised as a fighting game stream, but it is now 11:30. I have some things to do tomorrow. We are going to be streaming tomorrow some video games. Let's try to get out of this so I can regain control of my mouse. Close the game. Yes, there we go. And that's time, I guess. Thing about this is it's designed to appeal to fans of Granblue. Exactly. Yeah. I mean, it goes right back to what I was saying, right? About, like, literacy and familiarity with certain types of games, whether it's Arc System Works games or RPGs or Granblue Fantasy specifically, or whatever it is. Like, this game is like a Venn diagram of stuff that I take no part or interest in. So it's certainly, like, it should not be construed as a complaint with a game that I'm, like, struggling to connect with it. It wouldn't have been likely that there would be much for me to connect with anyway. Anyway, before we wrap up for tonight, I mentioned at the very top of the stream 6 hours ago that tomorrow, on top of the regular Saturday stream, which I think we'll probably finish Lunark and do some other video gaming, most likely. Tomorrow night is the return of movie night, and the people have spoken. We will be watching the live-action King of Fighters movie adaptation. That should be a great time. That's going to be happening on my Discord at 9 p.m. Central European Summer Time tomorrow night. And if you're interested in joining us, you got the link right there. Yeah, I played Lunark. I started playing it off stream, and then on Wednesday I didn't have much else going on, so we played it for a bit on stream. And I wasn't super hot on it in the beginning, and I kind of warmed to it a little bit more as I played through it. I'd be curious to hear your take on it for sure. It's I think it's a pretty decent game. I think it's highly derivative in some ways. I think it's got somewhat lackluster level design, and it's got a few interesting, neat kind of set pieces, but maybe not quite enough for that style of game. There's been other sort of cinematic platformers, I don't really like that term, but whatever, you know what I mean when I say that, that I played demos of, that I found, like, considerably more compelling. But the presentation of Lunark is great. The animation is pretty awesome, and it's got some cool music and sound design and everything. But I'm from all appearances pretty close to the end, so we'll probably finish that on stream tomorrow. I have an idea for something else that I might want to play and check out on stream tomorrow. We'll see. I don't want to make any promises, but we may or may not do we may or may not play some other similar stuff if we finish Lunark quickly enough. We'll see. And then, yeah, tomorrow night it's King of Fighters. That should be awful, but a good time, I'm sure. Before I forget it, let me just go to the spreadsheet over here and label Granblue Fantasy Versus as having been, I was going to say completed, that's a bit of a stretch, but having at least been played. Today is the, dude, I can't even type, the 7th of April. I accidentally started the timer, that's fine. She'll be there. Yeah, I haven't seen this film, so I'm excited. I know a few things about it. I'm looking forward to seeing them in context. There we go. That's that marked off. All right. It's almost like I know what I'm doing. Let me just figure out. Oh, dude. Okay, never mind. There's not much to figure out. Dino is streaming Togyo King Colossus, one of the sickest fucking action RPGs. Speaking of a game that fucking doesn't waste a moment's time, that game is so tight and like hyper well paced. It's like it's an RPG with none of the bullshit. It's just action and set pieces and cool shit and amazing music. I played that last summer and I loved it. If you haven't seen that game, please enjoy Dino please playing some of it. Anyway, thank you very much for hanging out. We'll see you guys tomorrow maybe. I hope so. But in any case, take care. Have a nice weekend. Happy Easter, all that. And yeah, see you guys around.